LA with Century 21 Benefit Realty, benefit-realty.com, where you pay less for full service. Each office is independently owned and operated.
Have you been living with pain and just assuming it's something you have to just live with and accept? Do not. I'm Julia Fellow with WTMJ. If chronic pain is keeping you from enjoying life, I want you to head to Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens Family Chiropractic is now offering soft wave tissue regeneration therapy. It's an advanced, non-invasive treatment. It helps your body repair itself naturally. I'm getting that done on my lower back. Soft wave stimulates healing, improves blood flow, and activates your own body's repair cells to target pain at its source. If you're dealing with knee pain, shoulder pain, back pain, do not wait another day. For a limited time, your first soft wave treatment is just $57. This is an incredible opportunity to find out if this breakthrough therapy can help you get back to the things you love, like it did for me. Head to jensfamilychiropractic.com. That's YENTZ familychiropractic.com. Regenerate, recover, live pain-free at jensfamilychiropractic.com.
Family owned and operated. Yep, we sure are. Since 1970. And I know you've probably heard it a million times. But the words family owned and operated hold a lot of water. They mean you can count on dealing with an expert. Because when your dad runs the show, he teaches you all that he knows. They mean prompt service. Because it's not just our job, it's a big part of our life. They mean you're actually working with someone who has accountability and a real interest in your satisfaction and their business's overall success. So when you hear businesses say the words family owned and operated, give them a try, because small business owners like us really do have your best interest in mind. And when you need advice from Southeastern Wisconsin's foremost glass experts, call me. This is Stacy Sinks with Less's Glass Service. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass and mirror home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
The stories you're talking about on Wisconsin's Morning News.
As we saw in the last election, polls don't vote. Ultimately, people vote, and that's the only poll that really counts in the end. And we have to remember this about polls. It's a snapshot in time. Just because someone answered 3-4 weeks before an election, I'm likely to vote for this person, doesn't mean that in the 3-4 weeks later, that voter changed his or her mind. And that doesn't mean that the poll was wrong then. It was maybe right at the time.
Only here on WTMJ.
Fabulous Farm Babe Pam Yankee here, reminding you to listen to the Midwest Farm Report on WTMJ.com or anywhere you download your podcast. Brought to you by Tyson's Home Farm Auto. Visit THEISENS.com for more information and to find a location near you.
The new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Six o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano. This is Wisconsin's Morning News. Monday, August 24th, our top story. A 4th of July incident on Water Street, now moving to trial.
I'm Eric Billstead, a high school football player, dead.
I'm Debbie Lazigo. We're looking at a really good ride so far this morning. No delays, no incidents around the entire area. We are moving along fine. I'm Debbie Lazigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today: sunshine, mild temperatures, high of 75. Skies mostly clear with a low of 58 tonight. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a teenager accused of hitting a Milwaukee police officer with his car while fleeing Water Street, now bound over for trial.
Child faces a long list of felony charges, including recklessly endangering safety and hit and run causing injury. The charges stem from a 4th of July weekend of gunfire on Water Street, as police responded to gunshots coming from a parking lot where Meyer was allegedly driving in circles. Prosecutors say Meyer ignored commands to get out of the car and struck an officer as he fled the scene, eventually crashing into another car. He's set to be arraigned next month. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
A high school football player in western Wisconsin is dead after suffering an injury during a game last week.
Adam Massman was entering his senior year at Alma Center Lincoln High School. The district says Massman was injured during the game against Turtle Lake, received medical treatment from EMTs at the scene, and was taken to a hospital. The district learned of his death Saturday afternoon. School officials say Massman was active in sports, clubs, and other activities and had strong connections throughout the school community. Counselors have been made available to students and families following his death. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth bringing a national tour to Oshkosh today, expected to speak at Oshkosh Corporation for the Pentagon's Arsenal of Freedom tour, which the Pentagon says is focused on defense manufacturing. Oshkosh Corp's defense business manufactures tactical vehicles, has several major contracts with the U.S. military.
No agreement between the U.S. and Canada. Now the U.S. imposing 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods. News Nation's Hannah Brandt.
States like Maine, Michigan, Ohio, and Alaska could feel the impacts the hardest, and all of them are home to some of the most competitive Senate races. Michigan, in particular, conducts the most bilateral trade with Canada out of any state, so it could feel these impacts particularly hard. Maine is the most trade-dependent state with Canada, another one that may see some consequences soon.
Canada is planning to impose tariffs of its own starting next month.
The White House is set to unveil what it's calling an economic D-Day against Iran. ABC's Karen Hua.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent writing, the sanctions will be the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary, saying the goal is to sever every economic lifeline until Tehran stands alone. Iran responding with its own threats, warning if the economic war continues, not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz.
Treasury Department has significantly ramped up enforcement on digital exchanges, freezing an estimated $500 billion in Iranian-linked cryptocurrency assets.
In Nevada, more than 40,000 people have been forced to leave their homes due to a fast-moving, out-of-control brush fire just outside of Reno.
The annual Burning Man Festival is expected to bring some 80,000 people to the region. Many pass through Reno to stock up on supplies and stay in hotels. But with so many people displaced by the fire, locals are urging visitors to stay away, saying those resources are needed for evacuees.
ABC's Sophie Flay. During the evacuation, multiple people injured, including 3 first responders.
Coming up, a blockbuster Hollywood merger faces another roadblock. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:04.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA and founder of the Neal Group, with over 40 years of experience saving clients money. Well, tax time is over. How did 2025 turn out? Did you make the right moves to minimize your taxes? What about 2026? The new tax laws have a few surprises. At the Neal Group, we know what those laws are and how to minimize your taxes to keep more money in your pocket. Since 1984, we have helped thousands of taxpayers pay the least amount of tax legally possible. Just ask Mark, who saved over $13,000 with our suggestions. Call us at 414-325-2040 and ask about tax planning. We will take a look at your last 3 years of returns to see if we can get you more money back, like we did for Mark. We also show you how you can save on taxes going forward. You earned it. We help you keep it. Give us a call at 414-325-2040 and ask for a complimentary consultation or visit nealgroup.net. That's NEAL group.net.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:06.
Much needed day off for the crew after a Little League Sunday. Sports at 6:15.
Heads up, drivers, a 24-hour shutdown coming up this week, but it's not on the freeway.
Southbound Highway 100 will be closed for about 24 hours this week. Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says drivers should plan for that shutdown starting Thursday morning.
Over on the 894 project from Lincoln Avenue to 84th Street, we do have an extended full closure.
The closure is between Layton Avenue and I-43, the Rock Freeway. But Hansen says people will still be able to get to where they need to go in the area since they'll maintain access to businesses and the Hales Corners Park and Ride. The closure runs from 5 a.m. Thursday to 5 a.m. Friday. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
The largest of a dozen states suing to stop the merger of Paramount and Warner Brothers has canceled today's scheduled settlement talks.
Valued at around $111 billion, the marriage of Paramount and Warner Brothers would create a media juggernaut, combining movie studios, streaming services, CBS News, and CNN. Last month, 12 states filed suit, arguing that the proposed merger violated antitrust laws. The Attorney General of lead plaintiff California was to meet today with Paramount officials to discuss a settlement, but has abruptly called it off, saying the company has acted in bad faith by leaking details of a meeting held Friday. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Roads around the nation's capital became a racetrack Sunday for the first time.
A lot of horsepower roaring through the Capitol, including Pennsylvania Avenue, not far from the White House. Kyle Kirkwood wins the Freedom 250, a race so nice he hopes he'll do it twice.
I don't know if we're ever going to get another chance at this. I hope we do. This was awesome. But this was, what a dream come true.
AP journalist Michelle Price writing, for once, things were moving fast in the nation's capital. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:08.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geiss's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geissdoors.com. Geiss has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geiss at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geiss. Visit them online at geissdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
Traffic is sponsored by the Delafield Brewhouse in the heart of Lake Country. The Delafield Brewhouse features some of the area's best smoked ribs, barbecue pork, and brisket. Stop in for dinner and a pint. The Delafield Brewhouse in the heart of Lake Country.
Checking in with Debbie here at 6:10.
Really not much going on right now. It's looking really good. We got full freeway speeds around the area. No incidents really to report. Everything is hunky-dory. I'm not going to use that again. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. A fall-like feel this morning, and it stays sunny and mild for our Monday afternoon. We'll look for high temperatures today to top out in the mid-70s. Staying mainly clear tonight as lows again dip into the mid and upper 50s, and then an increase in cloud cover on our Tuesday. A slight chance for late-day showers, perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder, though most of those stay north of Milwaukee. High temperatures return into the lower 80s.
Milwaukee's at 57.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Petrano and Eric Bilstad.
At 6:10 on a Monday morning, Canada fights back, and the U.S. planning economic D-Day.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
As new U.S. tariffs on Canada went into effect over the weekend, the Prime Minister of Canada vowing to match them.
We've got the reserves, we've got the resilience, we've got the plan, we've got the focus, we will respond.
More on that in a moment. First, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is set to hold a news conference this afternoon, vowing to announce the, quote, toughest sanctions in history on Iran. Bringing in ABC News State Department reporter Shannon Kingston this morning. Shannon, let's do that one first. What do you know about this economic D-Day and how the administration hopes it will affect the war?
That's right. There have been very few details, but the president has said that it's going to be an economic D-Day for Iran. Those are, pretty big threats coming from the White House, but there hasn't been much specificity until now. So we're expecting that the Treasury Secretary will lay out exactly what the administration plans to do later this afternoon, at least the first steps. Now, this all comes as the president has pivoted away from military action and towards economic coercion when it comes to his strategy on Iran, trying to get the regime there to come to terms, at least come to the table with what he wants to see as he tries to reshape the Middle East. But the question now is, how long can Iran hold out? We do know that Iranian currency has hit an all-time low, so definitely they are feeling the pain. But if there's one thing Iran is good at, it's withstanding economic sanctions from the West. They've been doing it for decades now.
Well, and the interesting part about that, Shannon Kingston is with us. She's the ABC News State Department reporter. Is the effects on the Iranian people might well be different than the effects some of these things have on Iranian leadership. And they're the ones who are making the decisions.
That's right, absolutely. And even though there have been widespread protests in recent months about the economic conditions in the country, the regime has also proven that it can withstand that kind of disruption coming from within the country. So unless things change pretty drastically, it seems that this will be a prolonged series of back and forth between the U.S. and Iran, but not necessarily one that is moving on the president's timeline.
Let's go to the Canadian tariffs. Canada says it will match Washington's imposed 50% tariffs dollar for dollar, but the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said they will take effect, as far as Canada is concerned, September 8th. Does that suggest there may still be room for negotiation?
That does suggest that there could be at least some time to head off some of the more intense consequences from this latest disruption, the shocking turn of events between the U.S. and Canada, historic allies. And remember, the president said that they were on the verge of reaching a trade deal multiple times last week, but everything fell apart in the 11th hour, and we do know that President Trump intends to go forward with putting a 50% tariff on some $20 billion worth of Canadian goods immediately. So this is a quick turnaround, at least from the U.S. side. But really, when it comes down to it, the Canadian government and the Canadian people are quite upset with a lot of the president's policies and a lot of his rhetoric. So there's certainly an appetite from north of the border to try to give Washington a taste of its own medicine. So we'll have to see if negotiators can change the mood there.
Shannon, do we know how this would affect the everyday American?
Well, the concern certainly is that it will raise prices for both Americans and Canadians. And if there's one thing that these two populations have in common, it's the concern about affordability. They have both seen prices rise dramatically over the course of the last couple of years. But something that has Republicans in the U.S. concerned is that our midterm elections, of course, are just right around the corner now. So they're worried that Americans who are feeling the pain in their pocketbook, that they're going to turn around and retaliate against Republicans when they go to the voting booth.
And Shannon Kingston, ABC News State Department reporter, live from Washington this morning. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
As far as the timing on all this, we expect the Treasury Secretary's remarks about 1 o'clock our time this afternoon. We also had Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth making a stop in Wisconsin today. We'll keep you up to date on the timing of that and what he's doing up in Oshkosh through the program on Wisconsin's Morning News.
It's WTMJ's Debbie Loziga. Every morning I talk about traffic backups and slowdowns around Milwaukee. At Sewer Ninjas, they help homeowners avoid a different kind of backup, a sewer backup. Sewer Ninjas is a Wisconsin family-owned company specializing in sewer camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs that can often be completed without tearing up your yard. Their goal is simple: find problems early and help homeowners avoid costly surprises. Learn more at sewerninjas.com. That's sewerninjas.com.
Having a plan and having a strategy are not exactly the same thing. Vince Vitrano here for my team at Margol Media, Milwaukee-based, full-service digital marketing agency that will help your business grow. Maybe you've been out there, you bought some ads on social media, maybe you even do a lot of that in-house, but do you know how it's working for you? If you're unsure as to the answer, or if the answer is no, time to get in touch with my team at Margol. No worries. Margol takes it from there. Shane and his team, they are experienced professional experts in digital marketing. They will align your business goals with the right digital solutions. and they deliver measurable results. The initial consultation is free, so there's nothing to lose by having that first sit down, finding out how Margle can go to work for you. Tell them Vinny sent you. Margle Media, that's MARGLE media.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers get a much-needed day off today after a whirlwind of a weekend that culminated in Williamsport. So the crew fall to the Braves 4-2 in the Little League Classic. The fans going nuts, especially for Jacob Mizorowski. Yeah, just him walking through these crowds. It's such a neat event, the way they did it and how they were kind of like together with these kids. Miz told WDTMJ's Dom Catronio and others after the game how much he just appreciated the attention.
Yeah, it was definitely overwhelming, but it was fun. It was fun to be a little superhero for those guys, and it was a blast.
Turned out to be a really good event. More than 2,000 seats. That's it. It's like 2,300 seats in that ballpark.
Yeah, it did not. Nothing in the outfield.
Right.
It just seemed odd, right?
Just quiet, kind of in a neat way. Most of them Little Leaguers on hand for the game. Yellett said it's funny how they knew him.
Well, the thing with that, they all play with you on like MLB The Show, so like they know you from the video game, and then they see you on the bus, and they're kind of making the connection of like, oh, I play with you on my video game every night, and here we are on the same bus.
Yeah, because they wrote a real
guy.
Yeah. It was cool. So they had these Midwest yellow number 44 jerseys that they all wore when they got off the plane. 44 in honor of Hank Aaron. Of course, Aaron played for the Braves and the Brewers. The game itself, kind of boring. But during the game, it was neat. Carl Ravitz, so he's been calling games on ESPN forever. Has been a Sports Center anchor, Baseball Tonight host, and all that for like 30 plus years. Anyway, ESPN let him go. And last night was his last game. We knew that going in that was his last game. So they were talking to Garrett Mitchell, who was mic'd up on the field. He was playing center field. And as he was running off the field, Mitchell gave Ravitch a hat tip, which was pretty neat.
Good luck with the baby, Garrett. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Carl, I wanted to say one thing to you real quick. I appreciate all that you've done. I know this is your last broadcast. I appreciate everything that you've done for this game. I've been listening to you for a long time, and it's a pleasure to share this last one with you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to share with you, too. I appreciate it.
That's pretty cool. That's a classy move right there. Mitchell, by the way, left the game because he was hit in the arm by a pitch. He said afterward that he thinks he's okay. X-rays were negative, so we'll see what happens there.
Packers have 2 practices open to fans left this training camp. One of them is today. Packers, of course, coming off an impressive performance in Denver Friday.
Love to throw, looking left, waiting for a man coming across the middle. It's the running back, Marshawn Lloyd, into the end zone for the touchdown. 11 yards from Jordan Love, and that's an impressive game-opening drive for the Green Bay Packers.
He's wide open on that. Packers.com on the call. Running back Marshawn Lloyd staying healthy after missing essentially his first 2 seasons due to various injuries. Out there with the number 1 offense, and quarterback Jordan Love is loving that for Lloyd and for the team.
Man, that was great. I think really the whole drive we had, he had some really good runs. Be able to cap it off with that touchdown catch was great.
It was great. Packers beat the Broncos 33-13 Friday. Open practice today, and then a joint practice with the Arizona Cardinals, also open to fans. That'll be Wednesday morning ahead of Friday night's final preseason game at Lambeau Field.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Match Play Events Club Championship. Take your golf game to the next level. Vince Vitrano for Racine Country Club. If you love to golf, you want to do a lot more of it, and you want to elevate your game, join us out here at Racine Country Club. Competing in sports doesn't have to be something that you used to do in high school. Feel the fun and energy of competing again. Competitive golf with and amongst your friends gives you a little something to shoot for, something to target as you're working on your game. The golf professional staff is fantastic. It's Garrett and Matt over there, and lessons to help you grow if that's what you want to do. Strive to reach your goals. Men, women, juniors, even if you're brand new to the game. Competitions and events for every level of golfer. If golf's not your thing, plenty of room for you out at the pool. We've got pickleball and tennis courts. The grill is fantastic. The dining room, our chefs are amazing. Lots of great weather still ahead, so join us now at racinecountryclub.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
Are your employee-free Hasselus showroom some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hasselus won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
Keeping you updated on culture and creativity. What's on Tap with Sandy Max.
In the studio with the co-directors of the new documentary, simply titled Uke.
It's combining my two great loves of baseball and dreaming of being a baseball player someday and becoming a filmmaker, and somehow the two worlds have collided.
Now that they know what he was going through, it'll just make his fans love him even more.
Weeknights at 6 on WTMJ and the What's on Tap podcast on WTMJ.com.
Hurt on the job or worn down from years of hard work? Pivot Work Injury Law helps injured workers across Wisconsin turn setbacks into comebacks. Contact Pivot Work Injury Law for a risk-free consultation.
Traffic brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work? Contact Pivot Work Injury Law today. Debbie?
All right, we've got an accident on the off-ramp to Main Street from northbound 41. That ramp right now is closed because of this crash, so heads up with that. Another broken down vehicle northbound 894 right at the ramp from Greenfield Avenue, so that's just heading into the Zoo interchange. Can be a little complicated as you're driving through. Keep your head about you. Westbound on 94 is tightening up just a bit coming out of the Stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Cooler today. Sunshine, high of just 75 degrees. Mostly clear, windows open tonight with a low of 58. For Tuesday, partly cloudy, slight chance of rain in the afternoon or evening hours and a high of 80 degrees. Milwaukee's at 57.
Yes. What do? You're a boat owner. You don't have a slip or a buoy or a dock on any specific lake, but you have a boat and you bring it from place to place and then you store it in the winter, right? So you bring it to this lake this weekend, you go to another, and then you just park it there on the driveway. And then all of a sudden you get slapped with a ticket saying, hey, you can't keep your boat on your driveway. That's going to be a $700 fine.
$700.
What do you do? Well, that's what's happening to a guy in Pleasant Prairie.
It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine it is. So TMJ4 News has the story, and there's an update to it now today. So his name is Carl Krenke, and he's got a fairly big boat. He's got like one of those wakeboard boats, and they're big. It's tall. And he had it on his driveway, and the village came calling saying, hey, you're breaking an ordinance by having that parked on your driveway. So he got really frustrated about it, saying, like, man, come on, now I've got to pay a fine because of that?
There's a lot of people in our community that have boats and trailers and RVs and whatnot, and, it's just not fair to people of Pleasant Prairie that we can't have our own belongings parked in our own driveway.
But that's the ordinance. The ordinance says for the village in Pleasant Prairie that you cannot keep a boat on your driveway, on a trailer or otherwise, or any other recreational vehicle, that type of thing. There's very specific codes that have to be in place, and one of them is you can't do that. So he's fighting back. He's taking a trip to City Hall.
Happening today.
So the village board in their agenda for tonight has this on it. Now, I don't think they're going to make a decision tonight, Vince. It's not. It says here, consider approval of resolution to initiate a zoning ordinance amendment related to the parking and storage of recreational vehicles. So they're going to at least hear the file. And
what that says to me is we may or may not decide to consider this further.
Yeah, or have a petition or go through the process.
If there's an action taken today, it would be, okay, yes, let's move forward and reconsider this. I suppose they could just put an end to it and say, thanks for being here. We're going to keep it as it is.
Have a nice day.
The only way you have a definitive outcome tonight would be if they just decide we're not going to reopen this whole thing, but they'll consider the reopening. Does that sound right?
Yes,
with the wording that you see there?
the push that he's trying to make here is he's pushing for like, hey, can we have from like April to November or something like that? Like for a portion of the year to be available where you can at least park a boat or some kind of recreational vehicle on your driveway.
Another thing to consider would be, can you do it for any number of days?
Sure, for maybe a week or 2 weeks
3
or something.
to 4 consecutive days or 5, or you pick the number that you want. But if the boat sits there for 3 weeks, that's an issue. But if it's there overnight or for a couple of days, that might be okay. That's something also to consider.
It is something we got a lot of lakes here, and there's only so much access to these lakes, and I completely can empathize with a guy who's spent a lot of money on a boat. Those boats ain't cheap. No boats are really cheap, but especially a boat this size. And then you get a fine when you realize you're not allowed to keep it on your driveway. Again, but I could also understand if there's a neighbor who's tired of looking at the boat. I mean, I can kind of
promise you this: he's not the first guy in Pleasant Prairie to park a boat on a driveway. So check with your neighbors, bro. Somebody called. Somebody called.
Before you buy anything, it's always worth, just checking. Make sure before you install that fence, check the ordinances. Just saying.
News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow Jones Industrial finished the week at 53,277. That was up about 1% in trading on Friday. The NASDAQ at 26,180 was up 113 points, and the S&P 500 up about 0.5% to 76.74. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. I'm Vince Petrano with the WTMJ Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Here with Josh Klimas, this week's sponsor, Ridgetop Exteriors. Great to see you again, Josh.
Thanks for having me, Vince. Great to be here.
So we've had some pretty crazy weather, particularly spring and even recently here in summer. A lot of contractors out there knocking on doors looking for business. What are you seeing?
Yeah, there really has been a lot of business going on from all the storm damage. We had a lot of hail. We had a lot of wind damage. And what you brought up is exactly what happens. Contractors from all over the country are going to come to the area to knock on doors and see what business they can stir up. But we're happy to have been a local company, been around since 2002 to service all of southeastern Wisconsin.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. Now is the time to set an appointment, right, to get things done for the fall?
Yes, exactly. This is one of our busiest times of the year. The kids are going back to school, and this is when a lot of people who know they need new roofing, need new siding, need new windows, they wait for right now because they want to get it done before winter. If that's the case, now's the time to set an appointment so we can start talking about the project.
Josh Klimas is with us from Ridgetop Exteriors. Windows as well. Josh, what kind of products do you sell and install?
We really like installing Pella windows. In fact, we were the 2025 Pella National Contractor of the Year. We have a great partnership with them. They have an awesome product.
A lot of options these days for exterior home improvement. Tell me what sets Ridgetop apart.
With Ridgetop, we want to make it easy. What our homeowners tell us is they love the no-pressure approach that we take with our homeowners and our commitment to quality to make sure we do the job right. And homeowners really love our 12 months, no-interest payment option.
Best way to get a hold of you?
Best way to get a hold of us is to check out our website, ridgetopexteriors.com.
Vince Vetrano here with Josh Klimas from Ridgetop Exteriors on the WTMJ Home Improvement Showcase, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Learn more at ridgetopexteriors.com.
Want to watch all your favorite WTMJ shows? Check out the WTMJ YouTube channel. Live streams of all your favorite WTMJ shows, from Wisconsin's morning news to what's on tap. See breaking news as it happens. Get involved with the action in the chat on Brewers Extra Innings, or see all the cool tools on the Fix-It Show. Missed your favorite show? We've got past live streams and interview highlights too. Subscribe to 620 WTMJ.
ABC News, I'm Mike Tabusky. New sanctions on Iran due to be unveiled by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this afternoon in what President Trump is calling an economic D-Day. Canada and the United States squaring off in a new trade fight. Canada's Prime Minister promising a dollar-for-dollar response to those 50% tariffs ordered by President Trump. More from ABC's Elizabeth Schulze in Washington.
We know that prices, inflation, the economy are a top, if not the top concern for so many voters. A lot of the states that have the biggest trade with Canada, think Michigan, Wisconsin, those are critical states in the midterm election. And those are very well places where you could see now consumers paying higher prices for some of these goods.
Tens of thousands of people forced from their homes by the Hawk Fire around Reno, Nevada, and thousands more could be ordered to get out soon. The fire growing to over 15,000 acres. This is ABC News.
Looking like a pretty good ride so far this morning. We do have one issue. It is the off-ramp from northbound 41 to eastbound Main Street in Menominee Falls. That ramp is closed right now because of a crash. Westbound 94 tightening up right through the stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. Other than that, we're moving along quite well. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, a high of just 75 degrees today under sunny skies, mostly clear, and a low of 58 tonight. Milwaukee at 57 right now. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a man under arrest in Sheboygan. Authorities say he fled a traffic stop and injured another driver.
North 14th Street and Superior Avenue. Referencing a vehicle accident, officers are on scene.
Police dispatched there on Broadcastify as police tried to stop a vehicle for excessive engine noise Sunday night. According to authorities, the 19-year-old driver sped off, led police on a chase. Officers actually cut the chase off when the guy began driving even more dangerously. Then, according to police, he ran a red light, hit another car. 73-year-old man in the other car had minor injuries. The 19-year-old in custody with charges pending.
An apartment fire leaves 50 people without a place to live on Milwaukee's north side. This happened Sunday near 26th and Capitol. After the fire was under control, the Red Cross called in to help. No one was hurt.
A Milwaukee-based ATM network is becoming its own company now. MoneyPass operates a nationwide network of ATMs, is now majority owned by a private equity firm. Milwaukee Business Journal editor-in-chief Tim Gibbons here on WTMJ.
Interesting was the question that we asked them, basically, of why would you see the ATM business as a good business these days where, you have to pay on your phone and debit cards and credit cards. And apparently cash is still seen as very much a part, particularly of the retail economy. And they have data that says that these machines are still being used and they see their business actually growing.
Fiserv still owns 49% of MoneyPass.
As Wisconsin college students head back to campus, some could soon have a faster path to a bachelor's degree.
Reduced credit 3-year degrees are gaining popularity nationwide, and Wisconsin is part of the trend. Mount Mary University in Milwaukee offers 3-year programs requiring about 95 credits, while UW Green Bay has launched a 100-credit option in computer science. The UW Board of Regents also opened the door for other state universities to develop similar programs. Supporters say students could save a year of tuition and enter the workforce sooner, though critics worry what students may lose by cutting a year of coursework. Classes across the UW system start next week. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News, time 6:34.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers.
I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate
Because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent.
And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did.
My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again.
I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
We opened our store in July 31st of 93. And a year later in August of 94, we sold a lot of furniture that month. I'm like, wow, we make money at that level.
Ben and Arvid Huth, brothers and owners of Penny Mustard Furnishings.
Of course, we didn't have any employees yet, and so it was easy for us to make money at that level. And that is where it clicked to me that this is going to work. We can afford to hire an employee, and it's going to work. We can take it to the next level, which at that point was hiring one guy.
You said it was easy to make things work when it was just us two. Only from a
profit and loss standpoint.
Yes.
But from a work standpoint, it was 7 days a week. We were doing deliveries on Sunday mornings sometimes. We were.
We didn't have any expenses.
Yeah. But we didn't have a life either.
No.
We had no life other than work.
See more at pennymustard.com.
But we were okay with that. That's the decision we made. That's the path we went down. We were okay with that.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
This brewer really embracing his Little League stardom. Sports coming up at 6:45.
There is no excuse. There is no excuse for these delays. The words of the Indiana governor following the outages that many folks in Indiana are still dealing with.
There's still out of power.
It's nearly 2 weeks now and still without power in some areas of northwest Indiana.
Get up every day and your neighborhood looks like a disaster area, and it seems like we're being ignored.
Can't cook. You lost all your food. You're cleaning out your refrigerator so the house doesn't smell like sour food.
Now, the utility companies there say they expect to have power restored by tomorrow. I don't know if you should put a date down on this.
Because then you're expecting it tomorrow.
At the height of it, it was like 345,000 customers. So
Which,
they have.
if you want to grant the utilities something, this was historic flooding.
Correct.
There was no place
You're
to
right.
go, and major infrastructure was destroyed. This isn't a line down.
Yeah, and there's trees down everywhere.
okay.
Gary, Indiana was dealing with that too. So there's a lot of that going on. They have brought it back to some folks.
They could have done a better job, been more prepped for something like this.
That is Eli Valdez. He's in Portage, Indiana. He says they are good. The lights have come back on over the weekend.
We had to clap because it was very emotional. 13 days.
We had to clap. That was his wife, Amelia. So, yay, finally. Look at that. But, I mean, you can't, you know how bad it is when it's one day or even overnight, how bad that can get. You wake up and it's still without power. Imagine 13 days and counting for some folks.
How do you even go to work? Like, how do you do the other things if you
that's
have
a
to
great
manage
question.
all of that? I mean, maybe, and some of this was so widespread. So for me, if it was like your water's out or whatever, all right, do I go to Planet Fitness to take my shower or you know, wherever you work out or do your thing? Sure, there are ways around that, but for 2 weeks.
And that's good. They have, there have been some shelters set up for folks. The communities haven't been completely been ignored, but there's obviously the governor now saying, hey, let's go. Like, this is getting way too long.
6:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
How do you know if you're truly ready to retire? Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. Many people focus on just one number, how much they've saved. But retirement readiness is about much more than a balance in your accounts. It's about having a clear plan for income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and how your money will support the lifestyle you want. Without that coordination, even a large nest egg can run into problems over time. At Drake & Associates, we help families create retirement plans designed to answer the big question, will your income last? Are you taking too much risk? And are there opportunities to reduce taxes along the way? To help you start thinking through those questions, I've created a complimentary retirement toolkit. It includes my book, Get Retirement Ready, and 5 practical guides covering investments, taxes, and retirement income strategies. Call 414-897-9522 or text the word READY to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text READY to 414-897-9522. Because retirement isn't just about saving enough, it's about having a plan.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Traffic is sponsored by the Amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford.
The Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford needs line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Contact the Mineshaft today and start next week.
Checking in with Debbie here at 20 to 7.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good right now, Vince. We just have that one issue in Menominee Falls. The off-ramp from northbound 41 to eastbound Main Street is blocked right now because of a crash. Got some delays westbound 94, pretty typical, right through the stadium from 35th Street to Hawley. Eastbound's backing up from about 84th Street all the way past 68th, so that's something to keep in mind. Not quite in the stadium interchange just yet. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. A fall-like feel this morning, and it stays sunny and mild for our Monday afternoon. We'll look for high temperatures today to top out in the mid-70s. Staying mainly clear tonight as lows again dip into the mid and upper 50s, and then an increase in cloud cover on our Tuesday. A slight chance for late-day showers, perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder, though most of those stay north of Milwaukee. High temperatures return into the lower 80s.
Milwaukee's at 57. 6:42 on this Monday morning. We should find out relatively soon how seriously we want to take the increasing willingness of drivers to settle road rage incidents with gunfire. We had another one this weekend. Saturday morning, according to Milwaukee Police, 42nd and Capitol. Middle of the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 cars with people shooting at each other while driving. In one of the vehicles was a 1-year-old child who was injured as a result. Not a lot of additional detail from MPD, but police did tell us during the incident, gunfire was exchanged. Both subjects sustained non-life-threatening injuries and were treated at local hospitals. In addition, a 1-year-old passenger of one of the vehicles also sustained non-life-threatening injuries and was conveyed to a local hospital for treatment. It's not clear from police how that 1-year-old was hurt. Was it the result of some accident caused by the gun battle? Was it flying debris due to the gunshots, or was the child actually hit by a bullet? That was not defined in the release and follow-up from MPD. Again, as detailed, the child is going to survive, and both drivers are in custody. But this is another one. Week ago in Milwaukee, an 18-year-old shot and killed a woman following a road rage incident. That was on the south side. We had the freeway shut down about a week ago.
That's right.
After a rolling gun battle between 2 vehicles on I-94. I do not have for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office an update as to whether anyone was arrested in that case. I could go on. I mean, there have been any number of these.
For years,
yes.
Really.
So I'll say, I say we find out how seriously we want to take this. What charges will the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office choose to drop on the 2 suspects who were arrested, in particular in this 42nd and Capitol incident? And what sentence would a judge ultimately impose if there's a conviction? Better not be probation. Right? I mean, if you are willing to, and in this case, even with a child in the car, try to resolve a traffic dispute by shooting out of your car at another car, how many people are you endangering at that moment? Not just the people in your vehicle or the other, but wherever those gunshots could end up, whatever else is happening in traffic around you as you have a rolling gun battle. And I would suggest those are not only people that shouldn't be on the road, but probably shouldn't be out.
Right.
So in this case, the police have them, and it will be up to the judicial system to make sure they're not back out there this week to create more mayhem. 644 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. You're out there shopping for those windows and doors. It should not feel like a never-ending negotiation, and it's not some kind of game. It's one of the things folks appreciate about Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. At Pella, it's about straightforward pricing, honest conversations, helping homeowners find the right fits for their homes without inflated prices or high-pressure sales tactics. End of the day, a fair final price is what matters more than some flashy discount. And when you're buying direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, you got one trusted team handling everything start to finish. Same company that manufactures the windows and doors is also the one that does the selling, the installing, and the servicing. With Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means you've got confidence in this process, confidence in the product, and one team that stands behind the work they do from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers get to sleep in today. Take the day off following a busy weekend. Flying to New York after the game Saturday, then to Williamsport for the Little League Classic Sunday night, looking to sweep the Braves.
2-2 and coming back. Lee sets and throws. Line down the right field line, a fair ball. Extra bases for Lara. Yelich scores with ease. Lara is around second base. He is heading for third. He is there standing with a triple. It's a 3-2 game as Luis Lara delivers.
That was late in the game. You thought maybe, okay, got a guy on third. No, would not happen. The Brewers would fall 4-2. So they end up tying with the Braves. They had the same record. So ultimately, any tiebreaker, if we get to tiebreakers come October, it would be on divisional record. So that's what we're at now, is divisional record. So because there's a tie in there back face to face.
Right, so that would be for home field.
Yes,
right,
correct.
If you
correct.
Have the series.
As for the Little League Classic, the Miz, man, that they love Jacob Mizorowski.
Pretty rare pack. I feel bad opening it. Ready? Here we go.
That's Miz opening a pack of Pokemon cards with a bunch of Little Leaguers during a game.
That's a good one. Everyone knows Pikachu. Pokeball.
Yeah, they all loved him. He said it was really neat to know that he's making a difference in the kids.
It's unreal. It's weird. It's definitely a shell shock moment of like kind of feeling like, in a way I made it. Like, I'm back to where, like, as a kid, that's what I looked up to. You want to be that guy, but it's cool.
Some great video Dom Catronio has following Miz as he was leaving like a clubhouse and going to a different area, and just the number of kids just screaming his name. Dom joins us for Brewers 360 at 8:45. As for the Crew, they're off today in New York. They take on a series with the Mets starting tomorrow.
Packers will bring in the Arizona Cardinals for joint practice this week. And as we discussed, the Mile High Air in Denver Friday night allowed new guy kicker Trey Smack to catch another bomb.
Snap and the kick on the way. Wow, Trey Smack is money.
Packers.com on the call. Smack 4 for 4 in field goals on the night, including that long from 59 yards.
That's exactly what you wanted. You said so last week. Got to hit a long one.
Roll him out there for whatever.
Might as well.
And if he misses, you're like, well, it's 59 yards. If he hits, and it would have been good for 60 plus. You can feel the team also rallying around this guy. We talked about that a bit last week. So here's Smack. He's giving his post-game interviews, right? Talking to reporters, and listen to the background here.
Get the man, Smack.
Thanks, guys.
What you got, Smack?
Yeah, in warm-ups.
Hey, Smack.
Thanks, guys.
So Smack now perfect in the Packers' 2 preseason games.
I feel good. I mean, I don't want to get too high on it because I know you got to stay locked in this business and you can't get complacent with yourself. So I'm just trying to improve every week.
So we done? We done talking about Smack?
Oh, man, he's still got week 1 and all this other stuff. Can he do it when it really counts? And this week he'll be kicking inside Lambeau Field. Packers take on the Cardinals in that final preseason game Friday night.
Welcome to the NFL, Trey Smack.
Nice.
You know who forms the #1 bank in Wisconsin? Horicon Bank. Hello, I'm Eric Weissman. Thank you to our customers for helping Horicon Bank earn this recognition. From everyday banking, mortgage lending, trust administration, 55 or better Gliders Club, and My Money for Kids, Horicon Bank has solutions for every stage of life. And let's not forget about our incredible business banking team. I personally invite you to learn more about Horicon Bank at horiconbank.com or stop by one of our branches today.
Horicon Bank MLS 434805, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
25 years ago, a generational Bucs team made an unforgettable run.
This is the place to be.
Light It Up, narrated by Jim Paschke, is the new season of the Behind the Bucs podcast, presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. This is the oral history of the 2000-2001 Milwaukee Bucks and their run to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Absolute bedlam here at the Bradley Center.
Listen now on Bucs.com/plus, the Bucs app, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's a free tip from my HVAC guy, Vince Vitrano here for Urban Heating and Cooling. It's Ryan and Ellie, their family-owned business in Franklin. They serve all of southeast Wisconsin. Make sure you're checking that filter. In fact, this season with all the wildfire smoke that we had midsummer, might need to change that sooner than you usually do. Some need to be changed every month. Others may last maybe 3 months, but replacing that on time, easiest way to keep your air conditioner running well through the summer. Other thing you should be doing every year anyway is get Ryan out to the house for a tune-up. You make some small fixes and do these services that can add years to the lifetime of your air conditioner, can help prevent more costly breakdowns, and help your AC run more efficiently so you're saving money on those electric bills. The Vinny special for that checkup is just $99.99 when you call Janelle over there and tell her that's what you want. UrbanHeatingandCooling.com.
Our featured sponsor on this week's Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Ridgetop Exteriors.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Time saver traffic at 6:52. Deb?
All right, well, we've got eastbound 94 definitely filling in from 92nd Street all the way past Holly Road. A little bit more coming out of the stadium interchange. Westbound is tightening up from 35th Street to Holly Road. Northbound 41, you got a little bit of a backup north of Capitol Drive up past Hampton. And then on the bypass heading westbound, slowing down from about 27th Street all the way to about 51st. Also, remember, we do still have that ramp from northbound 41 to eastbound Main Street, Menominee Falls. That is closed right now because of a crash. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, sunshine and a high of 75 degrees today. Mostly clear skies, low 58 tonight. For Tuesday, partly cloudy. Slight chance in the afternoon of maybe some rain and a high of 80. For Wednesday, chance of showers and storms and a high of 83. Milwaukee's at 57.
Big weekend for a lot of families with college-age kids. Either this past weekend, maybe even the weekend before. Iowa started a couple of weeks ago, or at least brought in the freshmen. College is starting up, so at our house, we lost a kid. And that's us in the dorm room there.
I know that sound. Hustling stuff upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
Where would you like this?
Our bathroom's not too bad.
That's my kid there. He's happy with the bathroom. So we're there for about 10 minutes, and I'm like,
So we're good. We can go now. All set. Gotta get the futon.
oh, no, you can do the futon on your own. We can just go home.
And how did that conversation end?
It did not go over
It did
well.
not go well.
Although I was pretty proud of us. We were there only an hour. So what they do at Whitewater, they do this at a lot of different places. They do drop-off. Yep. So, there's move-in day, and then there's drop-off day, and there's all these different days. So this is where you come in at this time, you drop off all the stuff. You can spend some time in there, but you're not
much,
moving
right?
in.
They're trying to hustle you out.
Right, yeah. So then they hustle you out, and then he moved in the next day. So that's kind of strange, but this is kind of how it worked
and we
out.
got that. Max is at Marquette. There's big drop-off day,
Right.
but then you're out, and then your move-in day is a different day.
But I could tell there's other people in the hallway there. There's a lot more work being done in some of the other dorms, and a lot of suggestions and some parents taking some control. And it got me thinking of that Today Show story.
Guys, come to your room. From drab to fab, College Move-In Day is turning into a social media event across the country.
Yeah, so I'm sure social media has everything to do with this. NBC Today Show did this big thing on how much attention is now being put into dorm rooms.
From custom neon signs and monogrammed everything to floor-to-ceiling coordinated decor and even popcorn machines in place of microwaves.
Just over the top. These aren't even dorm rooms anymore. The National Retail Federation says $14 billion will be spent on dorm and apartment furnishings this school year.
Fun.
Oh.
When I think of how drab my dorm room was, and we thought it was really cool to put carpeting down.
Yeah, yes.
That was a big deal.
I know.
So she used the word fun, Eric. That sounds like a woman who isn't engaged in this with her children.
and won't be because she has no children. So.
Not fun.
It's hard for
I'm a planner,
us.
man. I'm an idea person.
It's hard for us to understand it, Debbie. As fathers, maybe that's part of it, but struggle to understand the need to assist my kid in putting his room together.
Again, I'm an idea person. I'm not an execution person, so that's on you.
We had the one that was most outrageous, and I got my daughter going to lacrosse, and she's going to be in an apartment. So you need things, right? You need a bed.
Yes.
Okay, that's not there. So whatever. But we're painting the bed. My wife's the other day. I'm like, what are you up to? She's like, well, it's wrought iron, but she didn't want black. She wanted whatever. I'm like, okay.
Not my problem.
Break out the Rust-Oleum.
How about you have a bed? That was our standard. My couch was somebody's old outside couch.
Yes.
Some other house on campus was getting rid of it. They're like, you guys want this? Yeah, we'll take that. Those were our furnishings.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I believe just from everything you see online now, it's that it's a lot of it's social media driven.
Yes.
There is a little bit of that. It's got to be as neat and as cool and as fun, and that's the best way to make it look Instagram worthy, right?
And some of this is coming from parents, right, who are doing for their kids.
I don't know what you mean. That can't be. It's never the parents.
But the thing that's fascinating to me is, I've said this before, the most important thing my parents did for me when I went to college was leave.
Right.
I couldn't wait to do this on my own, in my way, whatever.
But even if you didn't want to do it on your own, forcing you to do it on your own.
Yes. But this generation seems to want us around a little bit more. I don't know why.
The best advice I could give is, I found this on social media.
Dorm rooms should look like shit. They should look like absolute shit.
So this is a mom posting.
I keep seeing these videos of these striped curtains and like matching bedspreads. Your dorm room should be like some old sheets from your linen closet and like a comforter from Bed Bath & Beyond.
I agree with that.
It's character building.
Yes.
It should be a step up from a prison cell.
Yeah, it's just one step
just
up.
one step
I mean, right, just a little bit.
Your dorm room should look like, I haven't seen Saw, but whatever that looks like.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Here are the wealthiest zip codes in Metro Milwaukee based on median income and home values. It's an area that covers Elm Grove and parts of Brookfield. The wealthiest zip code in Milwaukee County, the North Shore suburbs. Real estate developer and bank executive Jeff Musa proposes an $8 million townhome project in Oak Creek. The site on Putes Road would consist of 26 units with duplexes and triplexes. A private equity company that acquires an ATM network business from Fiserv seeks an office in downtown Milwaukee. A Money Pass Group executive says the company needs 4,000 square feet of Class A space. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Welcome back to Ask Hassles. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Is this one of those viral pranks?
Beg your pardon?
I think you promote Hassles Mattresses employee-free showrooms just to lure me in so you can film a practical joke on me to go viral.
Sir, I assure you, we take employee-free mattress shopping very seriously.
What do? Tie me to a bed and spray me with silly string?
We simply let you try our selection of Beautyrest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Uh-huh, good one.
Others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beautyrest Queen Elm Cove A mattress for $1,599, but Hassles has it for just $794.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beautyrest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hassles won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at hassles.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin, quite simply the best in the business. You got a shoulder that's not feeling great. Maybe it's an ankle or a knee. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin and their top-tier doctors can get you feeling how you deserve to feel. My wife, Michelle, had a back issue. Oh, how put her in a great place. She's on the mend. She's feeling better. She's doing all the things that she wants to do. Start at the website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Start your journey to feeling better with the best. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
Get your final August plans in for Brewers Rangers Action Friday, August 28th through Sunday the 30th. Starting with the Cole Swindell postgame concert at Country Music Night on Friday, featuring a belt buckle with a special ticket. Then it's Jackson Churio Mania. Get the Churio Bowl giveaway Saturday, courtesy of 620 WTMJ. And get it on the Final Kids Cheer Free Sunday before summer ends. Kids get a Churio Hype poster on Sunday, courtesy of Joy. Get tickets for it all at Brewers.com.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
Breaking news as it happens. Stay up to date with your trusted and relevant source in news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Monday, August 24th, our top story. A teenager accused of hitting a Milwaukee police officer with a car due to head to trial.
I'm Eric Bilstead. Tragedy on the high school football field.
I'm Debbie Lazago. We've got delays heading through the stadium interchange on westbound 94 from about 35th Street to Hawley Road. Eastbound from about 92nd Street all the way to Hawley Road's got to back up there. Northbound 41 backing up from Capitol Drive up to Hampton. And just as a reminder, we do still have that ramp closed. Northbound 41 to eastbound Main Street, Menominee Falls. That's all because of a crash. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunshine and a high of 75 degrees today. Skies mostly clear overnight, low down to 58. Milwaukee is at 57. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a teenager accused of hitting a police officer with his car while fleeing Water Street, now bound for trial. Hunter Meyer of Rothschild faces 9 felony charges, including recklessly endangering safety and hit and run causing injury. Charges stem from a 4th of July weekend incident when police said they heard gunshots coming from a parking lot where Meyer was accused of driving around in circles. Prosecutors said Meyer then ignored commands to get out of the car and struck an officer as he fled the scene and later crashed into another car. He is set to be arraigned next month.
A high school football player in western Wisconsin is dead after suffering an injury during a game last week.
Adam Massman was entering his senior year at Alma Center Lincoln High School. The district says Massman was injured during the game against Turtle Lake, received medical treatment from EMTs at the scene, and was taken to a hospital. The district learned of his death Saturday afternoon. School officials say Massman was active in sports, clubs, and other activities and had strong connections throughout the school community. Counselors have been made available to students and families following his death. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Pentagon's, quote, Arsenal of Freedom tour is making a stop in northeast Wisconsin today.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is set to deliver remarks to workers and leaders at Oshkosh Corporation as part of a national tour focused on U.S. defense manufacturing. The U.S. Department of War says the tour is a call to, quote, champion a new approach to defense acquisition by cutting bureaucratic red tape, empowering program leaders, and providing long-term contracts. Oshkosh Corporation's defense business manufactures tactical vehicles and has several contracts with the U.S. military, including a $1.5 billion Army contract. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
The White House calls today an economic D-Day for Iran.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent plans to outline a new sanctions package later today. And in an op-ed, Bessent described it as the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. And it's expected to target Iran's trade partners. In return, Iranian leaders say they'll stop oil exports in the Persian Gulf and also threatened more military action. Right now, Iran's currency is at a record low.
News Nation's Marky Martin there. The U.S. also says it'll penalize any foreign country, business, or bank that acts as an economic lifeline to Iran.
The trade war between the U.S. and Canada escalating after negotiations collapsed in the final hour. ABC's Rachel Scott.
President Trump has now imposed a 50% tariff on $20 billion of Canadian goods. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says President Trump cannot be trusted.
President Trump is the type of person that would steal your lunch money the first day. He'd steal the toque off your head the second day, and the third day he'd steal your running shoes.
Starting September 8th, Canada says it will impose a 50% tariff on U.S. goods.
More than 40,000 people in Reno, Nevada have been forced to leave their homes due to a fast-moving wildfire. So far this year, more than 100 large fires have burned across the U.S. during wildfire season, exceeding the 10-year average.
Coming up, drivers on this very busy stretch will need a detour later this week. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:05. News is brought to you by Margot Media. Margot Media, digital marketing done right.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble.
If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margot Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
When you run a team, you want great uniforms, and you know selling spiritware is vital. That's why Burkhart Sporting Goods will create a free custom website for you to sell your families and players the coolest spiritware from Nike and Under Armour, as well as the basics, while helping you fundraise at the same time. We take the hassle out of coordinating your team's apparel and make shopping and buying easy. So when you need awesome spiritware and uniforms for your organization, you can't beat Burkhart.
You can't beat Burkhart. As the kiddos get ready to get back to school, you can find really great back-to-school savings at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. School supplies and some surprisingly cool clothing too. And teachers, you get an additional discount. Get the best back-to-school bargains at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:07.
A well-deserved day off for the crew after a Little League Sunday. Sports at 7:15.
Driver is going to have to find another way through the southwest side later this week here in southeast Wisconsin, but it's not the freeway.
Southbound Highway 100 will be closed for about 24 hours this week. Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says drivers should plan for that shutdown starting Thursday morning.
Over on the 894 project from Lincoln Avenue to 84th Street, we do have an extended full closure.
The closure is between Layton Avenue and I-43, the Rock Freeway. But Hansen says people will still be able to get to where they need to go in the area since they'll maintain access to businesses and the Hales Corners Park and Ride. The closure runs from 5 a.m. Thursday to 5 a.m. Friday. Debbie Lazaga, WTMJ News.
Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources is increasing reimbursement rates for deer donation processors. Now, the deer donation program supplies food pantries across the state with ground venison. Meat processors will now be reimbursed $125 per deer if they accept donations from hunters. DNR hopes the $25 increase will encourage more processors to join the program.
It's happened again. An investigation is underway into a six-figure break-in at the home of Dallas Cowboys star CeeDee Lamb. ABC Sophie Flay says it's just the latest in a string of break-ins targeting pro athletes.
Just last month, an intruder entered the Pennsylvania home of Eagle star Saquon Barkley while he and his family were asleep. Those suspects still at large. Lamb and Barkley join a growing list of athletes including Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Joe Burrow, and NBA star Luka Doncic, whose homes have been targeted in the past 2 years.
Lamb and the Cowboys were in California last week when that burglary took place.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:09.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
Time to upgrade your windows that are failing, drafty, foggy, or just flat out unbearable to deal with. This is Aaron Brown with my brother and business partner, Eric Brown.
At Siding Unlimited, we install beautiful, energy-efficient windows designed to make your home more comfortable and affordable to maintain.
Choose the rich, natural look of wood, stylish and proven vinyl, or the incredible strength and durability of fiberglass, all built to battle every Wisconsin season.
New windows installed by Siding Unlimited don't just transform how your home looks, they help lower energy bills, reduce outside noise, and maximize natural light in every room, making your home brighter on sunny days.
Trust the local family-operated Siding Unlimited to be the company of choice for your next window project. Proven to be the best by earning Pella's prestigious Platinum Premier National Certified Contractor of the Year Award 5 times.
Siding Unlimited. Experience, integrity, craftsmanship. Call Siding Unlimited at 262-567-4513 or visit sidingunlimited.com today.
7:10. Let's check the roads here with Debbie.
Things getting a bit heavier. Eastbound 94 right now from 92nd Street. It's going to be riding the brakes all the way to Hawley Road. Then a little bit more coming out of the Stadium interchange to 35th Street. On the westbound side, we do have delays from about 35th past Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound on 41 slowing from Capitol Drive to just north of Hampton. That earlier accident at Main Street, Menominee Falls, that's been cleared out of the way, so that's some good news for you. We also have a broken down vehicle on northbound Howell right near the airport. The two left lanes are blocked because of a broken down vehicle. Now, this is just north of basically, it's just about at Edgerton, let's put it that way. So keep that in mind if you're going to be heading to the airport today. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. A fall-like feel this morning, and it stays sunny and mild for our Monday afternoon. We'll look for high temperatures today to top out in the mid-70s. Staying mainly clear tonight as lows again dip into the mid and upper 50s, and then an increase in cloud cover on our Tuesday. A slight chance for late-day showers, perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder, though most of those stay north of Milwaukee. High temperatures return into the lower 80s.
Milwaukee's at 57.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Petrano and Eric Bilstad.
Coming up on 7:12 this Monday morning, a high-profile visit today for a Wisconsin defense contractor.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Secretary of Defense, or if you prefer, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth will be in Oshkosh today. The Defense Department calls it the Arsenal of Freedom Tour. Secretary Hegseth has two stops on said tour today, beginning first with a visit to U.S. Strategic Command Headquarters in Omaha, followed by his visit to Oshkosh Corporation. According to a release from the department, the tour's message will emphasize that our national security and peace of the world move at the speed of our defense industrial base and rely on the hard work of our American workforce. The tour will highlight the urgent need to rebuild our defense industrial base to ensure that we continue President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's peace through strength agenda. The Oshkosh Northwestern, that's the Gannett newspaper there, sourced information they're reporting as the secretary flying into Whitman Regional Airport. You would assume as much, to be greeted by a brief rally before making his way to the plant to speak with factory workers and see Oshkosh Defense's production capabilities. Northwestern also reporting Oshkosh Defense, which is a division of Oshkosh Corporation. So Oshkosh Corp has a bunch of different brands under it.
Okay.
Defense is one of those. And it's said they have more than $1.5 billion right now in contracts with the Army, Navy, and Marines for military hardware. So it's a big-time defense contractor and has long been.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's not new.
I don't have exact timing on the visit, but given the first stop is in Omaha this morning, I would surmise it's late morning at earliest, perhaps early afternoon.
I wonder how many high-profile visits they get. They probably have gotten a couple of big names roll through there before from the Pentagon.
Given the amount of money, right, that is spent and the workforce here in Wisconsin that's producing all of that. So it sounds like a factory tour is in line, and then some remarks to the workers.
Hard hat, a couple of points. Look at that over here.
The cameras, look at this. So this over here is where, just point over here.
Yeah.
Right. So there will be all of that. I'm not sure what sort of access media will have. You would imagine exactly that shot that they're looking for will be desired. So you probably have the cameras up there today. So Secretary Pete Hegseth due in Wisconsin today. 7:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with two jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers. I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, two jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent. And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did. My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again. I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to Outdoor Living Unlimited's Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers get a day off today in the Big Apple after a whirlwind of a weekend. The Crew falling to the Braves 4-2 in the Little League Classic. So they win the series but lose the final game. No sweep. The kids going nuts for the Brewers, especially Jacob Mizorowski. So that is a sound from Miz walking through, from one station to another or one building to another on the grounds there at the Little League World Series. Those kids going nuts for him. He told WTMJ's Dom Catronio how much he just appreciated all the attention that he was getting.
Yeah, it was definitely overwhelming, but, it was fun. It was fun to be, a little superhero for those guys, and it was a blast.
It really was neat to see how that all went down. So the Brewers show up early Sunday morning. They're all wearing Midwest number 44 jerseys in honor of Hank Aaron. So then they come out. Then they, rode buses to get where they were going with the kids. So there's 12-year-olds on the bus with them, and Yelich was talking about how that it's the video games that really make the kids know who they are.
Well, the thing with that, they all play with you on MLB The Show, so they know you from the video game, and then they see you on the bus, and they're kind of making the connection of I play with you on my video game every night, and here we are on the same bus.
That's kind of cool. As far as the digs, pretty neat. There's only 2,300 seats in that place, so a really small venue to see a baseball game. Game itself kind of boring, but during the game, I thought this was interesting. Carl Ravitch, who's been calling games for ESPN TV, he's been SportsCenter anchor, a Baseball Tonight host. He's done the games. He's been doing that for 30 plus years. Well, he just got fired. ESPN announced they were letting him go, so last night was his last game. We knew that going in, that last night was the last game. So he was there, and he was talking to Garrett Mitchell, who is mic'd up playing center field. So during the game, they're interviewing and all that. And as Mitchell is running off the field at the end of the inning, he gave a hat tip to the broadcaster.
Good luck with the baby, Garrett. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Carl, I wanted to say one thing to you real quick. I appreciate all that you've done. I know this is your last broadcast. I appreciate everything that you've done for this game. I've been listening to you for a long time, and it's a pleasure to share this last one with you. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to share with you, too. I appreciate it.
That's pretty neat. I mean, you got to think, all those big leaguers, they absolutely love baseball, been watching it all their lives.
I was going to say, that's a guy who's watched a lot of baseball.
So they were probably excited to say, hey, there's Carl Ravitch. They know the guy. Mitchell just all class, which is pretty neat. By the way, he did leave the game early, got hit in the arm, and said afterwards that he thinks he's fine. X-rays were negative, but we'll see if that causes any issues. Off day today, then they're back at it tomorrow night against the hapless Mets.
Packers have 2 practices open to fans left during this training camp. Now, one of them is today. Pack, of course, coming off an impressive performance in Denver on Friday.
Love to throw, looking left, waiting for a man coming across the middle. It's the running back, Marshawn Lloyd, into the end zone for the touchdown. 11 yards from Jordan Love, and that's an impressive game-opening drive for the Green Bay Packers.
And Packers.com on that call. Running back Marshawn Lloyd staying healthy after missing essentially his first 2 seasons due to a bunch of different injuries. Out there with the #1 offense, quarterback Jordan Love, loving that for Lloyd and for the team.
Man, that was great. I think really the whole drive we had, he had some really good runs. Be able to cap it off with that touchdown catch was great.
So Packers beat the Broncos 33-13 Friday. Open practice today, then joint practice with the Arizona Cardinals will be open to fans on Wednesday, all ahead of Friday night's final preseason game at Lambeau.
Notifications, texts, emails, information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit AnnexWealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Hey everybody, Debbie Loziga here for Pivot Work Injury Law. I see firsthand how hard Wisconsin workers push themselves, from the construction crews on the roads I monitor every day to the countless jobs that strain the body over time. For many, that wear and tear turns into real pain. My friends at Pivot Work Injury Law understand what you're going through, and they want to help. Their team has recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin workers, and they will fight for the benefits you're entitled to as well. Worn down by work? Contact Pivot Work Injury Law for a risk-free consultation. Pivot Work Injury Law, turning setbacks into comebacks.
Hey, WDTMJ's Eric Bilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You're talking about practice.
We're kind of indefinitely waiting for them to get their act together here.
Maybe we do some bits.
Does anybody really listen to what I say at the end of these things? You know what I mean? Like, do some people really tune in?
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Checking in with Debbie here at 721.
We do have delays westbound 94. Now they're stretching from before 35th Street all the way past Mitchell Boulevard, almost to Hawley Road. Eastbound's got some backups from 84th Street past 68th, back on the brakes from Mitchell Boulevard to 35th Street. Got some backups as well westbound 894 just before 35th Street, and they stretch all the way to 51st. Eastbound is now starting to slow down just east of 76th Street all the way past Loomis. I'm Debbie Loziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. 75 degrees your high temperature today with sunny skies. Mostly clear overnight, low down to 58. Partly cloudy on Tuesday. Slight chance in the afternoon or evening hours of some rain with a high of 80. Wednesday's high 83 with a chance of showers and storms. 57 in Milwaukee.
Happy Monday!
It's time to look at the week ahead.
What a Monday morning.
That's right. The week ahead on Wisconsin's Morning News. All of the things this week, but just right now. Give it to you in a nice detailed 5-minute little package here instead of having to wait till Thursday for it to happen and to surprise you. You'll see it on the TVs. You'll see it on the online papers. You'll hear about it on the radios.
Why don't you just tell me what's going to be?
Let's just go ahead. Economic D-Day starts today in Iran, according to the White House. The U.S. Treasury going to announce new economic measures against Tehran today. Also taking place, the U.S. imposing tariffs against Canada. U.S. imposing 50% duties on about $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. Canada plans to retaliate in September. So this is a story that will continue to percolate. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in Oshkosh today. He'll be at Oshkosh Corp. It's part of the Pentagon's Arsenal of Freedom tour. Here come the Jehovah's Witnesses. Week-long convention at the Baird Center starts today. Thousands are expected in town for it. The convention will provide Jehovah's Witnesses with spiritual refreshment and encouragement, along with Joyful Christian Association. It looks like it's a big event. All week long.
This is Baird Center, you said?
Yep.
So
right here downtown. To Pleasant Prairie, he's taken his fight to Village Hall. A boat owner in Pleasant Prairie who was ticketed for having a boat on his driveway, because the ordinance says, hey, if you live in Pleasant Prairie, you can't have a boat on your driveway. He's trying to push for a change there. TMJ4 News all over the story, so we'll see if he gets his way. Decision Wisconsin. We get our first look at where the candidates stand in the race for governor this week. That's right. Always come out on Wednesdays. Marquette University Law School poll will be out. Of course, we have Tom Tiffany and David Crowley running for governor now. Unfortunately, this poll does not include Crowley.
No,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. None of that weirdness. This should be straight up. So we'll get our first look, first glance, first snapshot, if you will. United Way kicks off its 2026 community campaign this week. They got a big event at the Italian Community Center. Iceland is holding a referendum on whether the government should resume accession negotiations with the European Union. The question asks, should Iceland resume accession negotiations with the Union?
Okay.
Now, how does that work? If it's just a referendum, is it just, okay, keep talking or not keep talking? That's just essentially, I mean, wouldn't you want them to keep talking just to see what they could get? Like finish the deal negotiating? Or
so the outcome could be just stop talking?
Yeah.
Everybody
the
shut
way
up.
the question is proposed. Back here at home, Highway 100 will shut down all night and into the day. So this is Thursday morning through Friday morning. So just heads up for that. There's a big stretch there, Highway 100, that'll be closed. Do you remember when this opened? The Quadracci Pavilion. 25 years at the Milwaukee Art Museum. So they're going to have a big event, or I'm sorry, they're going to have an exhibit. I want to make sure I get the name of it right. It is called Build to Inspire the Quadracci Pavilion at 25. So it's part of an exhibit that opens up this week, Thursday, and then it'll be open for the next several months. And you can kind of see the early renderings, what it was going to look like, the reports of how it was, the internal videos they were showing, all that stuff.
Typically, right now, the older I get, I feel like if I'm off in how long something was, I'm too short. That was about 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
No, that was 20. This one feels like that's been there longer than that,
right?
Doesn't it?
25 years. And they still do the flapping of the wings, and people still come for that. It's iconic, right? That is
still a sight to see, man.
Could you argue that's the face of Milwaukee in some respects?
The front door, for sure.
Yeah. Brewers are in New York for games against the Mets. They play the Rangers this weekend. Packers and Cardinals. So finally a game at Lambeau Field. Haven't been at Lambeau yet. This is the first one. Preseason game number 3. The final preseason game. That is Friday night. They're racing at the mile. You remember these sounds, right? Back when you used to live in Tosa.
Man, we lived a mile from State Fair Park, and that was the sound of summer. The Indy cars on the track all summer.
IndyCar at the Milwaukee Mile. The Snap-on Milwaukee Mile IndyCar Series weekend is upcoming. They expect here, according to Visit Milwaukee, 18,000 attendees. That's not bad for a good run there. Brattoberfest is in the Fox Valley this weekend. In the Wisconsin Timber Rattler Stadium, this is pretty special. They're having a big event here. Joey Chestnut, a legend in competitive eating. Everyone knows Joey Chestnut. Mm-hmm. He'll be at Brattoberfest, challenging a select number of lucky fans to an eating contest. Among those challenging Joey Chestnut is Nick Vitrano, your brother. Are you going?
Yes, we're going.
Absolutely,
I need to see this.
And he's fired up about it. He's excited.
Oh, he was sending me details about the platter, the 7 pounds of food they're supposed to attack.
All right, good. Rufus DeSole plays the American Family Amphitheater this week. Cheyenne plays Fiserv Forum. And then at the Pabst, Todd Rundgren brings his Damned If I Do tour to Milwaukee this week. And apparently he just plays this song over and over again. There's a lot of fans out there. All right, so that's not the only song he plays, obviously. I think, actually, you had him on the show one time. If I remember. Does that sound familiar to you or no? Okay. At the movies.
Have you been horribly injured by a product made by the Acme Corporation?
It's not your fault. There's probably someone to blame.
Will Forte stars in Coyote versus Acme. So Coyote from Looney Tunes files a lawsuit against Acme because the products always break down.
Yeah.
Right? He always blows up when he's chasing after the Roadrunner. So actually looks pretty creative. It's one of those cartoon and live action combos.
Yeah.
Kind of like Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
They're getting better at it.
Yes, yeah. So they incorporate both, that, and it's a lawsuit, and there's mean, evil lawyers and Bugs Bunny and all that kind of stuff. Also out this weekend, The Dog Stars, Buddy, and Finding Emily. Those are your movies coming out this weekend as the week ahead is underway right here on Wisconsin's Morning News.
News about your money this morning, WTMJ, Annex Wealth Management, market update, Dow Jones Industrial, finished the week at 53,277. The NASDAQ at 26,180, and the S&P 500 finished Friday at 7674. Financial planning at every level, Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
In an instant, an injury can change your plans, your paycheck, your peace of mind. But the bills don't stop. The calls don't stop. The worry won't stop. Experience and results matter. After 4 decades of fighting for injured people, we know how to win. Because you deserve respect, results, and to move forward. We fight for what's fair so you can get back to what matters most. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
You're not just a job number as a Sidex customer. They've been family-owned since 1988, and they treat you as part of their family. Upgrade and transform your current bathroom space with Sidex Windows Siding and Bath. They have seasoned design consultants with 10 to 30 years of experience. The owner, Joe, is honoring his dad's legacy with top-tier products and expert craftsmanship. It's Sidex, the best in the business. Get a free shower door upgrade when you mention WTMJ. Visit sidexremodel.com.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
On two fronts for the United States. Later today, the Treasury Secretary is expected to announce new sanctions on Iran in what the president is calling an economic D-Day. And the U.S. and Canada now in the midst of a new trade war. ABC's Rachel Scott.
President Trump has now imposed a 50% tariff on $20 billion of Canadian goods. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says President Trump cannot be trusted.
President Trump is the type of person that would steal your lunch money the first day. He'd steal the toque off your head the second day, and the third day he'd steal your running shoes.
Starting September 8th, Canada will impose a 50% tariff on U.S. goods. Everything from steel and dairy and clothes to plywood, alcohol, and electronics.
Tens of thousands of people forced from their homes by the Hawk Fire outside Reno, Nevada. So far, that fire is 0% contained. This is ABC News.
Well, moving along relatively well. We do have a little bit of action going on right now in the Marquette interchange, northbound 4394. The left lane is partially blocked with a crash, so watch out for that. Delays are coming up from before Lincoln. We've also got some delays on southbound 43, just past Good Hope Road. Got the shoulder blocked with a broken down vehicle, and then also on the left shoulder, an accident as well. So that's something to keep in mind. Westbound 94, backing up from 27th Street all the way to Holly Road, eastbound from 92nd Street to about 35th. After that, you open up into the Marquette. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunshine and a high of 75 degrees today, low down to 58 tonight under mostly clear skies. Milwaukee's at 57 from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Republican state lawmaker is giving Milwaukee election officials 30 days to explain what specifically went wrong at Central Count during this month's primary.
Assembly Elections Committee Chair Dave Maxey is requesting a detailed account of how results were not loaded correctly onto 5 flash drives when staff initially departed Central Count on primary night. The mistake forced workers to return with a police escort and delayed some of Milwaukee's absentee results by roughly 90 minutes. Maxey says there's no evidence results were compromised, but says if Milwaukee Election Commission Executive Director Paulina Gutierrez cannot correct reoccurring mistakes, she should resign. The general election is November 3rd. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Man in Sheboygan is in custody after fleeing a traffic stop and injuring another driver.
North 14th Street and Superior Avenue. Referencing a vehicle accident, officers are
from Broadcastify. Police tried to stop a vehicle for excessive engine noise Sunday night. The 19-year-old driver sped off, led police on a chase. Officer ended the chase, but that man continued to drive dangerously, ran a red light, hit another car. 73-year-old man in the other vehicle has suffered minor injuries.
And this one didn't sound right from the get-go. Here's a new bank scam to make you aware of. Scammers telling people their accounts have suspicious activity and they should turn on their camera so the scammer can help fix the problem. Michelle Reinen is with the Department of Ag, Trade, and Consumer Protection, tells WTMJ.
It's just a broadcast net. They're not being that specific. They're indicating we've seen suspicious activity on your bank account, your credit card, and they're being vague about that. And that's a really important detail. If consumers can pick up on it.
Yeah, Ryan says the scammers will ask you then to share your screen or point the camera to your account while you log in so they can ultimately steal your information.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:34.
A lot of people spend years preparing for retirement, but few prepare for the taxes that can come with it. taxes on Social Security, IRA withdrawals, and Medicare premium increases can catch retirees off guard and potentially cost thousands over time. That's why many Wisconsin families work with Drake & Associates. They help retirees understand how taxes may affect their retirement income and build strategies designed to help reduce unnecessary tax exposure. Right now, Drake & Associates is offering a free retirement toolkit to listeners. It includes Tony Drake's book, Get Retirement Ready, plus 5 bonus guides covering tax-efficient income strategies, Social Security planning, and retirement taxes. Call 414-897-9522 or text TAX to 414-897-9522 to request your free retirement toolkit.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Step right up and see the magnificent Beck sofa at Penny Mustard.
What's with the circus getup?
Ever seen a clown car?
With clowns that keep climbing out one after another?
Exactly. The Beck's sofa is Penny Mustard's clown car.
How so?
The Beck's appears to be a petite, apartment-sized sofa.
Yeah.
But it can hold contortionists, lion tamers, and the ringmaster too.
Step right up and see the Beck sofa, starting at $19.77 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Every child deserves someone who won't give up on them. That's what LaCausa's treatment foster care program provides.
She just made me feel like I could breathe. At the end of the phone call, she said, "I love you." And I'm like, you don't even know me, but I felt like she did love me. It just let me know everything's gonna be okay. Like everything is gonna be okay.
One caring adult can change a child's life. Learn how you can become a foster parent with LaCausa at lacausa.org.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:36.
This brewer really embracing his Little League stardom. Sports coming up at 7:45.
Keeping our eye on the situation in Nevada. More than 40,000 people, think about that, that's an entire suburb, have been forced to leave their homes because of a fast-moving, out-of-control brush fire that's taking place.
Firefighters battling nearly 90-degree heat as they try to get a handle on the flames. Still 0% contained overnight. The fire even jumping a major highway, making it hard for crews to reach some of the hot spots. At least 6 people have been injured, including 3 first responders.
And the timing, it's never a good time, obviously, but there's also a huge festival that's taking place in this area that is going to cause some strain.
The annual Burning Man Festival is expected to bring some 80,000 people to the region. Many pass through Reno to stock up on supplies and stay in hotels. But with so many people displaced by the fire, locals are urging visitors to stay away, saying those resources are needed for evacuees.
ABC's Sophie Flay. So yeah, there's concerns there that because of the issues and strain they currently have, how can you have all these people start rolling through there?
That thing is, they have trouble at that all the time, right? That's
Seems
the thing
like
where everybody goes out in the desert and then they're surprised to learn that there's nothing out here for you in the desert if you run into trouble and, right, that many people. And then on top of that, to add the strain of, we can't help you right now. Stuff's literally on fire here.
Right.
And don't take all our stuff because people are going to need that. Nobody's going to listen to that, though.
No, well, they're obviously worried about it. A lot of people are going to show up regardless.
News is brought to you by City Forward Collective. For stronger schools and brighter futures, visit cityforwardcollective.org.
Our children deserve a real chance to make it in life, and a good education is a passport to opportunity. At City Forward Collective, we're working to make sure there's a great Milwaukee school for every Milwaukee family, because more good options lead to better outcomes. And who doesn't want that? Together, we can give every child the foundation they need to thrive, and a stronger future for kids means a stronger future for Milwaukee. To learn more about our mission, visit us at cityforwardcollective.org. That's cityforwardcollective.org.
Keep the comfort in and the weather out with beautiful new windows and doors from Siding Unlimited. For ideas, go to our Siding Unlimited Instagram page. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
It's a summer of big wins with WinFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Just play with your Potawatomi rewards card for entries and your chance to win cash and reward play all summer long. Then keep the excitement going because all your monthly drawing entries roll over into the WinFest final drawings on September 25th, where you could win cars, dream vacations, free play, and cash. Don't miss out on WinFest only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Check into the roads here at 20 minutes before 8 o'clock, Debbie.
We are still seeing some delays right now on southbound 41, starting from Good Hope Road all the way past Appleton Avenue. The northbound side slowing down from Capitol to Hampton. Eastbound 94, watch for the brake lights coming on just before 84th Street, and you're going to be riding them pretty much all the way through the stadium to about 35th. Westbound, you're backing up from 27th Street to Hawley Road. A couple more pockets the closer you get to the county line. We got northbound 4394 backing up a bit from about the Plainfield curve all the way up to an accident scene at National Avenue. The left lane is blocked right now, so that's going to be tying up your ride a little bit. You might want to take the lovely scenic route along the lakefront. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Brendan Johnson with your Storm Team forecast. A fall-like feel this morning, and it stays sunny and mild for our Monday afternoon. We'll look for high temperatures today to top out in the mid-70s. Staying mainly clear tonight as lows again dip into the mid and upper 50s, and then an increase in cloud cover on our Tuesday. A slight chance for late-day showers, perhaps even a few rumbles of thunder, though most of those stay north of Milwaukee. High temperatures return into the lower 80s.
Milwaukee's at 57. About 19 minutes before 8 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News. I want you to imagine, I wish you didn't have to, but for the sake of the story, go to see your child in a high school sporting event. Right? You want to see your kid play soccer or tennis or, as this case is, football. I mean, imagine those parents. You go to the game, your kid's the quarterback, and your child does not come home. This tragic story out of western Wisconsin. Alma Center, is that right?
Yep, Alma Center Lincoln High School.
So that'd be kind of partway between, almost halfway between Eau Claire and La Crosse, the western part of the state. And a high school football player died during the game.
Yeah, and don't know much about what happened. Adam Massman is his name. They say he suffered an injury during the game. He's a senior this year. And over the weekend, the superintendent announced that he did pass away from the injuries he suffered in the game. So that's the news from that aspect. And it sounds like this kid apparently has deep ties in that school district. His mother works there. He's got aunts and uncles who work there. Like it's a kid that left a large imprint on that community just from what he was doing there too, which makes it even more tragic than just the story in itself. But yeah, not good at all.
You mentioned we don't have a lot of information about the nature of the injury or what caused it. I suppose it's possible that whatever injury may have started something, did he have a prior medical condition that came into play and the injury was something that was a catalyst? Sometimes you hear that, but that's typically things like a heart condition or something that you didn't know about, right? Mm-hmm. But it sounds like this may have been a head injury, right?
Yeah, we're hearing that, although, as of now, from what they're saying, they're not giving much, that he received medical care from first responders who were on site at the game.
Okay.
Before he was taken to the hospital. And then on Saturday afternoon, that's when the superintendent announced that we had heard that he had died from the injuries he suffered.
That is not an outcome you expect.
Senior in high school.
When you go to see your kid play high school sports, and for that community, a community of size, certainly where everybody's going to know.
Yeah, everyone knows everybody, right? You're right.
So we look forward to learning a little bit more information on that, but no doubt a tragedy in western Wisconsin. 7:43 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Oh, man, it's getting so expensive to dine out, but not at the Mine Shaft Restaurant in Hartford. WTMJ's John Mercure here. There is free pizza today at the Mine Shaft. Every Monday when you buy one pizza, you get a second pizza free. Buy 2 pizzas, get 2 free. Buy 5, get 5. You buy 100 pizzas, you get 100 pizzas for free. The best Monday dining value anywhere. Business owners and managers bring in pizza for your loyal employees and clients. Your second pizza is free. Your employees are going to love it. It's great pizza. Coaches, bring in your team for free pizza. Your kids and grandkids can safely play in that huge game room. It's quietly tucked away from the dining area. It's big food. It's big fun. It's the Mine Shaft. Order now for your employees and pick up your hot pizza shortly, or dine in the cool and comfortable Mine Shaft restaurant in beautiful downtown Hartford or near the EAA in Oshkosh. Mondays are tough enough. Don't cook. Buy one pizza today. Get one free. MineShaftRestaurant.com. It's the amazing Mine Shaft.
Hey everybody, Debbie Lazaga here, and every morning I talk about traffic backups and slowdowns around Milwaukee. At Sewer Ninjas, they help homeowners avoid a different kind of backup, a sewer backup. Sewer Ninjas is a Wisconsin family-owned company specializing in sewer camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs that can often be completed without tearing up your yard. Let them handle the you. Their goal is simple: find problems early and help homeowners avoid costly surprises. Learn more at sewerninjas.com. That's sewerninjas.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers get to sleep in today, put their feet up after a whirlwind and busy weekend, flying to New York on Saturday after the game, then flying to Williamsport Sunday morning for the Little League Classic Sunday night.
Busy.
Looking to sweep the Braves.
2-2 and coming back. Lee sets and throws. Line down the right field line, a fair ball. Extra bases for Lara. Yelich scores with ease. Lara is around second base. He is heading for third. He is there standing with a triple. It's a 3-2 game as Luis Lara delivers.
Yeah, late in the game, the plot's starting to thicken. They were down 3-2, but that's all they could muster. Couldn't squeeze anyone else across the plate, so they lose to the Braves 4-2. Can't get the sweep. So both teams are now tied as far as their records against each other. So if there is a tiebreaker come October, it'll go off of divisional records. So that's
the divisions are very similar as well, so that'll be tight.
So we'll see. As for the Little League Classic, you could say it was quite a success. The players really seem to enjoy it, and everybody loves The Miz, who at one point was seen during one of the Little League games opening up Pokemon packages with a bunch of kids.
It's a pretty rare pack. I feel bad opening it. Ready? Here we go. Meow.
He's going through each card.
Pikachu. That's a good one. Everyone knows Pikachu.
That's a good one. Just seemed like he was enjoying the moment and making sure to give back because he enjoyed it when he was a kid and looking up to players.
It's unreal. It's weird. It's definitely a shell shock moment of like kind of feeling like, in a way I made it. Like, I'm back to where, like, as a kid, that's what I looked up to. You want to be that guy, but, it's cool.
Really cool to see how the Brewers handle this situation. It could have been one where you complain or throw a fit because of the weird schedule, but all of them, to a man, looked like they were really enjoying the whole festivity. And at the end of the game, they're all shaking hands. They're doing like high five to both teams, kind of like you would.
Yeah.
And then they all had their orange slices.
Yeah, somebody's mom brought them. Garrett Mitchell's mom brought orange slices.
No game today. They start a series with the Mets tomorrow night.
The Packers are going to bring in the Arizona Cardinals this week for joint practice. As we had discussed, the Mile High Air in Denver Friday night allowed new guy kicker Trey Smack to catch another bomb.
Snap and the kick on the way. Wow, Trey Smack is money.
Yeah, Packers.com on the call. Smack 4 for 4 in field goals on the night, including that long from 59 yards. Really feel the team rallying around this guy, too. We talked about that a little bit last week. His locker next to Xavier McKinney, who's giving him the business all the time. These guys seem to like him and rally behind him. Here's Smack. So this is after the game, and he's doing interviews with whatever reporters. He's just kind of in a corner somewhere, and they're asking him a couple of questions. And listen to the other guys in the background.
You the man, Smack.
Thanks, guys.
You got Smack.
Yeah, in warm-ups.
He's trying to give us things. Hey, come on, Smack.
Thanks, guys.
Smack now perfect in the Packers' 2 preseason games.
I feel good. I mean, I don't want to get too high on it because I know you got to stay locked in this business and you can't get complacent with yourself. So I'm just trying to improve every week.
So this week he will be kicking inside Lambeau Field as the Packers take on the Cardinals in the final preseason game Friday night.
Welcome to the NFL, Trey Smack. Nice.
Labor Day and the American labor movement were built on 3 fundamental principles: fair wages, reasonable hours, and big savings on beauty rest at Hasseless Mattress. Or something like that. Now through Labor Day, Hassellus will give you a free adjustable base with the purchase of any Beautyrest mattress, including Beautyrest World Class and the ultra luxury Beautyrest Black. If your current mattress has been laboring under you for the past decade, it deserves a much needed retirement. Visit a Hassellus employee-free showroom and test your favorite mattress without commission-crazed salespeople hovering over you. Employee-free means way low prices. Others sell the Queen Beautyrest Premium World Class Thatcher KA mattress for $2,450, but Hassellus has it for just $1,788, plus a free adjustable base, plus an additional $200 off, plus free next day delivery, plus a $100 rewards cash card. Now through Labor Day at Hassellus Mattress. Find an employee-free showroom near you at hassellus.com.
Bank 5-9 has a mission to make lives better. They make it a priority to give back to their customers, communities, and their employees. In fact, Bank 5-9 was just honored again by the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel as a top workplace. That makes 17 years in a row. Want to learn more about working with the great people at Bank 5-9? Visit bank59.com/careers. That's bank59.com/careers. Equal Opportunity Employer, member FDIC.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Social Security benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Unable to work due to health problems? Let Tayback help you get approved for the Social Security benefits you're entitled to. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Let's check the roads here with Debbie before we talk to Tausch.
It's a slow ride northbound on 4394 coming out of the Mitchell interchange pretty much all the way up to National Avenue where there was an accident that was blocking the left lane. Looks like they were able to get this thing off the freeway. Unfortunately, damage is done. You're looking at a 10-minute ride to get from Layton to downtown. That is an extra 4 onto your normal ride. Westbound 94 slowing down just west of 35th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Eastbound, you are looking at backups from 92nd Street all the way through to 35th. Oh, also, there are some backups on westbound 94 from the Zoo interchange all the way to the county line. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunny and mild today, a high of 75. Tonight, clear, a low of 58. For your Tuesday, partly cloudy, high of 80 tomorrow. There is a slight chance for rain Tuesday, and it looks like some rain possible on Wednesday as well. The forecast sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Idea Man.
These contracts that you're talking about, he's under contract.
Innovative.
It's always been, we signed a 5-year deal. Well, the 5-year deal is really a 2-year deal. And after that, the Packers can say, you're not playing good enough. I'm going to cut you.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
Well, he's under contract for another year. Yes, on paper. But let me tell you what that contract written on paper is worth, and you know what you can do with it after you use the restroom, because that's what it is.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Fellow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Love to throw, looking left, waiting for a man coming across the middle. It's the running back, Marshawn Lloyd, into the end zone for the touchdown. 11 yards from Jordan Love, and that's an impressive game-opening drive for the Green Bay Packers.
Packers.com on the call. Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Boy, for all intents and purposes, Tausch, things in Denver on Friday night went about as well as you could ask.
Oh, you couldn't draw it up better from kind of the question marks and the limited amount of play that you were going to get from Jordan and the offense to go down on a defense. And by the way, Denver played a lot of their guys. The kicker, again, we heard that in your sports break, really starting to feel like you're getting somewhere, you're building confidence. So you got out of there, didn't feel like there's any major injuries. So when you can do that in a preseason game, that's all you can ask for.
How about I'm sorry we spent so much time on the kicker, but exactly the scenario we drew up presented itself for the Packers. He's, 59 yards. You line him up, and we said, look, throw him out there.
Bomb one.
Right. If he misses, you go, wow, it's 59 yards. If he makes it, just another confidence booster for Trey Smack.
Smack. Yeah, and I love the, kind of what you guys, what the little sports break was saying, that you can start feeling the guys rallying around him. And as a rookie, man, there's nothing better than when you're earning the trust of your teammates and you know that they got your back and that you're doing it and you're performing. All of a sudden, you go from being this young player just trying to find themselves to, man, that chest starts puffing out. And that's what you're hoping for throughout camp, was that this growth would happen and you're starting to feel the confidence level. So it's going to be an important spot. We all know there's close games in this league and you need your guys to perform. Preseason's one thing, but from where he was when we had Ryan Longwell joining us, we were like, oh boy, there's a lot there. Right. To where he is now, I mean, you have to feel really good for him and for the Packers up to this point. But again, it's great now. It's going to really matter here when the games start counting.
But if this is for real, like imagine if this guy is reliable from 55 plus, right? You get down to the 40-yard line and you got a shot at putting points on the board. That's a huge weapon.
It is, and I can't even tell you the importance that makes for a coach to be able to trust, and you're not forcing things. And if you don't believe in your kicker, all of a sudden you're starting to go for it on downs that maybe you shouldn't, and you take points off the board. And it's just at the end of a game when you feel like if you can get in position and give a kid a shot at a 60-yard field goal. I mean, it has now become more commonplace in the NFL for kickers to be able to make 50 plus. I mean, I can remember that when I was playing, it was if you were over 45, it was like, hit or miss. Now that has changed, and if you can get somebody and you don't have to worry about it, you don't have to bring guys in every Tuesday to figure out, well, you don't know what we're going to do here. That lets these coaches sleep a heck of a lot better and worry about other things that you're going to need to worry about as the season starts going.
So the big story this week, was it going to be brothers LaFleur? Do you think they have like a conversation with mom and dad, over dinner? Like, okay, hey man, so let's not hurt anybody. Let's just get through this as easy as possible.
Well, anytime, last week there's a lot of training camp fights and you're worried about guys, a couple teams got fined $500K. I think you have to have a lot of respect and trust amongst the coaches that you're going to do this with. And obviously the LaFleur brothers know each other well. I just think how cool has that got to be for LaFleur's parents to have both their kids chasing their dreams and coaching, then get to coach against each other up at Lambeau. I'm sure they'll have those split jerseys, but the whole thing is just a great story and something I'm sure Matt LaFleur, I'm sure Mike LaFleur probably I don't really want to travel up to Green Bay the week before, but in this case, I would bet everybody's excited about it, and you hope you get a lot of good work because it sounds as if the Packers are not going to play a ton of their guys. They're going to get a lot of that work done in that joint scrimmage that is going to happen this week.
And the advantage to that being, Tausch, right, quarterbacks don't get hit. You go a little bit easier, so your risk of injury is less.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
You want to play live football, but you want to keep, especially now, you got some work in the preseason. You can structure it. You can set up scenarios and situational football that you want. But the big thing is, hey, we're not taking guys to the ground, and stay away from our blanking quarterbacks. We saw it last week. LaFleur fired one of his own guys out of practice for getting too close to the quarterback. You don't want anything now. You heard Jordan Love also discussing he just wants to get to Minnesota, and when you can structure it and have it in a controlled environment, that's a win for everybody.
Open practice today, the penultimate open practice, the second last, if you will, and then that joint practice on Wednesday in Green Bay. Thanks, Tausch.
See you, bud.
See you guys.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Here are the wealthiest zip codes in Metro Milwaukee based on median income and home values. It's an area that covers Elm Grove and parts of Brookfield. The wealthiest zip code in Milwaukee County, the North Shore suburbs. Real estate developer and bank executive Jeff Musa proposes an $8 million townhome project in Oak Creek. The site on Putes Road would consist of 26 units with duplexes and triplexes. A private equity company that acquires an ATM network business from Fiserv seeks an office in downtown Milwaukee. A Money Pass Group executive says the company needs 4,000 square feet of Class A space. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers.
I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio.
I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent.
And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did.
My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again.
I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
Trusted, relevant, locally owned, locally programmed. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ Milwaukee.
8 o'clock. I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Monday, August 24th. Our top story, a teenager accused of hitting a police officer with his car is due to head to trial.
I'm Eric Bilstead. From military pressure to economic pressure.
I'm Debbie Laziga, southbound 43, right about, or just south of Good Hope Road, right around Bender. We've got the left shoulder blocked with a crash, so keep your eyes open for that. Delays coming in from about a mile before that, so give yourself that extra time. Northbound on 4394, still solid out of the Mitchell Interchange on the Plainfield curve up past Oklahoma Avenue. And then right around Beecher, we have the right shoulder blocked with a crash there. Westbound 94 backed up from 35th Street all the way to Hawley Road, and then just west of Highway 100 to Elm Grove Road. More delays right past Moreland Road all the way to Brookfield Road. I'm Debbie Laziga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast. Nice one today. Sunshine and a high of 75 degrees. Skies mostly clear overnight with a low of 58. Milwaukee's creeping up there. We're now at 60 degrees. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, trial set to move forward for a teen accused of hitting a Milwaukee police officer with his car while fleeing a chaotic Water Street.
Hunter Meyer of Rothschild faces a long list of felony charges, including recklessly endangering safety and hit and run causing injury. The charges stem from a 4th of July weekend of gunfire on Water Street as police responded to gunshots coming from a parking lot where Meyer was allegedly driving in circles. Prosecutors say Meyer ignored commands to get out of the car and struck an officer as he fled the scene, eventually crashing into another car. He's set to be arraigned next month. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Tragedy for a high school football team in western Wisconsin. One of the players, a quarterback, died after suffering an injury during the game.
Adam Massman was entering his senior year at Alma Center Lincoln High School. The district says Massman was injured during the game against Turtle Lake, received medical treatment from EMTs at the scene, and was taken to a hospital. The district learned of his death Saturday afternoon. School officials say Massman was active in sports, clubs, and other activities and had strong connections throughout the school community. Counselors have been made available to students and families following his death. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth bringing a national tour to Oshkosh today. He's expected to speak at Oshkosh Corporation for what the Pentagon calls its Arsenal of Freedom tour, focused on defense manufacturing. Oshkosh Corp's defense business manufactures tactical vehicles and has several major contracts with the U.S. military.
Economic D-Day, that's what the White House is calling a new set of sanctions against Iran.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the goal is to, quote, sever every economic lifeline until Tehran stands alone. Now, Iran is warning that if the economic war continues, quote, not a single drop of oil will be exported through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the rhetoric and the ongoing U.S. blockade on Iranian ports, we are now approaching 6 months since the U.S. and Israel launched their attacks on Iran, and there is no sign of a resolution.
ABC's Ian Pannell.
Trade war between the U.S. and Canada moving forward now after the two nations failed to reach a trade agreement. The U.S. already imposing now 50% tariffs on Canadian goods ranging from alcohol to hockey sticks. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney doesn't think the U.S. is doing enough to broker an agreement.
The United States proposed new terms that were uneconomic, unfair, and undermined the net benefits for Canada and called into question the reliability of any deal. In short, they asked too much and they offered too little.
Canada says it will retaliate with its own tariffs beginning September 8th.
President Trump is allowing beef to be imported without tariffs for the next 90 days to help bring down prices at the grocery store. It's a move that's being criticized by American cattle ranchers and Republican lawmakers. Cattle farmer Shane Wiseman.
I appreciate the idea of trying to lower prices for the consumers. I mean, we as beef cattle farmers are consumers as well. You got to keep that in mind. But I think it has a very strong negative impact in the long term on the U.S. cattle market and on the U.S. cattle farmer.
That cattle farmer is speaking with News Nation. The president has not said where the cheaper beef would come from.
Coming up, a faster and potentially cheaper pathway to a college degree. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 8:04. News brought to you by Pivot Work Injury Law. Worn down by work? Contact Pivot Work Injury Law today.
Day after day, year after year, the heavy lifting, the repetitive motion, and now your body feels it. Your back, your knees, your quality of life. At Pivot Work Injury Law, we stand up for those worn down by work. Workers' comp is our sole focus, and we've recovered more than $50 million for Wisconsin workers. From sudden accidents to pain that builds over years of hard work, we're dedicated to fighting for the benefits you're entitled to. If you've been worn down by work, contact Pivot Work Injury Law today for a risk-free consultation. Visit pivotworkinjurylaw.com.
Okay, can we talk about sleep for a second? If you're waking up feeling more tired than when you went to bed, your mattress might be the problem. That's why I always tell people to check out Steinhofels and their exclusive Discover Your Sleep system. Their sleep experts help you find the right mattress for your body and the way you actually sleep. Jessica Ty, side sleeper here. It's so much easier than trying to figure it out on your own. Plus, with free delivery and a 120-night sleep guarantee, there's no reason to keep losing sleep. Visit your nearest Steinhoffel showroom or shop anytime at steinhoffels.com.
It's the most wonderful time of year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:06.
Firefighters in Nevada still battling a massive wildfire near Reno.
At least 90,000 people are being urged to evacuate. Shifting winds are proving difficult for those firefighters trying to get the upper hand on this blaze. The Hawk Fire started on Saturday, and it's burned more than 15,000 acres. At least 6 people, 3 of them first responders, are injured so far. Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo has declared a state of emergency over this. Officials say the fire is human-caused, but have not said what exactly may have started it just yet.
News Nation's Marky Martin reporting that fire started about noon Saturday and is still growing.
No meeting. The largest of the dozen states suing to stop the merger of Paramount with Warner Brothers has canceled today's scheduled settlement talks.
Valued at around $111 billion, the marriage of Paramount and Warner Brothers would create a media juggernaut, combining movie studios, streaming services, CBS News, and CNN. Last month, 12 states filed suit, arguing that the proposed merger violated antitrust laws. The Attorney General of lead plaintiff California was to meet today with Paramount officials to discuss a settlement, but has abruptly called it off, saying the company has acted in bad faith by leaking details of a meeting held Friday. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Wisconsin college students headed back to campus here this fall. Some could have a faster path to a bachelor's degree.
Reduced credit 3-year degrees are gaining popularity nationwide, and Wisconsin is part of the trend. Mount Mary University in Milwaukee offers 3-year programs requiring about 95 credits, while UW Green Bay has launched a 100-credit option in computer science. The UW Board of Regents also opened the door for other state universities to develop similar programs. Supporters say students could save a year of tuition and enter the workforce sooner, though critics worry what students may lose by cutting a year of coursework. Classes across the UW system start next week. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time is 8:08.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Vince Vetrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. I just referred another friend to OAW. It's her daughter, who's a young athlete. She's been dealing with some back pain. And my friend said, would your ortho people be a good place for her? Absolutely. I told her. I gave her the name of a couple of specialists who I thought would be a good fit. Or I said, just get started at Ortho ASAP. Clinic hours every day of the week in Brookfield and Pewaukee. You just walk right in. And the great thing about OAW is they have the experts in every field. So if it's best to have a doc in sports or regenerative medicine working on you, that's great. If it's an injury better addressed by a surgeon, they have plenty of those as well. You and the young athletes in your home will always be in the best of hands. At Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, get started at orthowisconsin.com.
4 years ago, I opened a doggy dream space unlike anything in Wisconsin. A place that offers it all: daycare, boarding, grooming, and a one-of-a-kind indoor-outdoor dog park and tavern. A hangout as fun for humans as it is for hounds. I'm Leah, proud owner of the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls. Our love, passion, and commitment to dogs and the community are at the core of everything we do. From our incredible staff to top-tier services, we've built something truly special at the Hounds and Tap. Come see for yourself. Visit the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls today.
Let's get an update on the roads here, Debbie, at 8:10.
All right. Northbound on 4394. Still kind of a hefty ride. We have a crash coming out of the Mitchell Interchange just before the Plainfield curve. That's on the right shoulder. And then we have another one right around Beecher that's on the right shoulder as well. So that's adding up to about an 8-minute ride from Layton into downtown, extra couple minutes from your normal ride. We've also got a crash on southbound 43 just past Good Hope Road, right around Bender. It's on the left shoulder, so not in the best spot in the world. You do have a bit of a backup heading into that area. Also, we've got eastbound 94 hitting the brakes from just before 84th Street all the way to 35th. Westbound is tightening up from 35th Street to Holly Road, and then just west of Highway 100, pretty much all the way to Calhoun. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Sunshine today at a high of just 75 degrees. Skies mostly clear. Windows open overnight with a low of 58. Tuesday, partly cloudy. Slight chance in the afternoon or evening hours of some rain and a high of 80. Wednesday, a chance of showers and storms with a high of 83. Milwaukee right now at 60.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Eric Bilstad and Vince Vetrano.
And a good Monday morning to you. Every parent at some point goes through it, whether the kid is going off to college or just moving out. But in this case, this time of year, many college-age kids are either moving back to school or heading there for the first time. The last couple of weeks, we've seen this a little bit around us. We know plenty of folks that are heading back, and then in the next couple of weeks as well.
You got fall sports athletes. Many of them are back early.
Yep, for us, that happened over the weekend. My kid there going through it. He's got a new dorm room this year.
Our bathroom's not too bad.
Yeah, they got a bathroom, which is a big deal. So we did the drop-off. It's interesting how they do it at a lot of schools now. You have drop-off day and then you have move-in day. And it's a way to kind of like break it apart so it's not just this horde of people all moving in on the same day. So you pick a day, you pick an hour of the day, and then that's when you do your little drop off and you can set up some things.
The big stuff, as they say. You got a couch to move in, okay, right. Big suitcases and or whatever. But then you kind of drop and go, right?
Yeah, right. So we kind of did that.
All right, so we're good. We can go now. All set. Gotta get the futon.
Oh, okay. He's like, we got the futon yet. Oh, no, wait, you could probably just do that on your own, kid.
Yes.
So it took us, we were there an hour. which was more than enough time in my mind. I was like, okay, it's time for us to go. Like, we don't need to still be here. And then he moved in officially the next day.
Right. Were you needed for that part or no?
For the move? No.
Good.
Good.
You avoided that.
But for drop off.
Okay.
Helped set up them things, helped him with his to move the bed into a loft bed and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Helped with that. And roommate wasn't there yet, so it was just us helping. So it's all taken care of now. Don't have to think about it ever again. But this comes as like dorm move-ins are becoming this huge event.
Guys, come to your room. From drab to fab, College Move-In Day is turning into a social media event across the country.
Yes, it is a social media event, which I think the parents are helping influence. NBC Today show did a big thing on it, showing how much attention is now being put into this and like how crazy and how nice some of these dorms are looking.
From custom neon signs and monogrammed everything to floor-to-ceiling coordinated decor and even popcorn machines in place of microwaves.
Popcorn machines. What is happening? The National Retail Federation says $14 billion will be spent on dorm and apartment furnishings this school year. $14 billion.
Killing me. Because I've got 3 in school. I've been through this.
Yes.
There are a couple of things that just blow me away. One is the idea even that there is a decor or an aesthetic that somehow needs to be ascribed to by we as parents. I don't care what your aesthetic is, right? Put your stuff in there. If you have a milk crate to sit on, that's great. Otherwise, and it's not because I want them to suffer. It's just I don't get it.
Right.
I don't get it.
Well, it's almost
the spending the money on it. And
it's
the
the
time.
rite of passage too, right?
Yeah,
They're like
you guys figure it out.
Yeah, you slowly over time and equity get to have better and nicer things. You don't need the super nice stuff in your first dorm room.
The first time I went in a real furniture store and bought actual adult furniture, I was married.
You were an adult.
My wife and I bought a couch, right? We bought an actual couch. Prior to that, the couch in my college house used to be someone's outside couch. I kid you not. The guys from some other house on move-out day were like, "You guys want this?" We're like,
yes, yes, we do.
That was our couch.
So, do you think?
And there's nothing wrong with that, and we were
smell.
fine with it. It was great.
Can you imagine the
really
smell
good.
wafting?
Really good.
The rodents living in.
Well, not after.
Do you think it's mainly that first year, though? Year 1 is always the most intense versus year 2, year 3, right? Like by year 4, my kid ain't going to be getting special treatment from my wife or I to help with anything. He'll just be, right? Like, isn't that
you want to
just
get him
kinda,
started? I get that.
But it usually dissipates, doesn't it?
I sure hope so, man. So my oldest will be a senior this year, but she's in an apartment now in Manhattan, so we've now avoided the whole move out, move in,
The drive-in
move
stuff,
in, and
okay.
all of that
All right.
stuff. But
great.
The other part that I found just inexplicable outside of the investment in nice new things as opposed to whatever you found on some neighbor's house or at a secondhand store or whatever was also the idea that we're to help stay and decorate. We drove. Quick story. I think my daughter's sophomore year was when we drove literally through the night because the younger had her last first cheerleading at the football game.
And can't miss the last first.
Can't miss the last first, right? So my wife says, well, we'll just leave after that. I'm like, well, Saturday morning, we'll never make it. No, we'll go to the football game. Then we'll get in our loaded minivan and drive to New York. And we did. We drove through the night and right into the queue.
Wow, well done.
Into the queue. We move all the stuff up. We've now been effectively awake for 36 hours or whatever it was, right? We get in there. We get all the stuff. All right, she's settled there. The roommate's there, okay? And then they start with the decorating. Well, you might want to have this over here. You might want to have that. Or what if we hang this? Let's go.
We're done.
We are done here. Let's go.
But sorry, go ahead.
Well, and the part that was equally inexplicable to me is they want our help. They want us around.
You're right. You're right. Well, there could be a couple of reasons for that. It could be nostalgia. It could be not wanting parents to leave. It could be, hey, you know what? If they're willing to do it.
Yes, right.
But I do think there is a lot of this could be social media, Instagram worthy stuff.
Yeah.
But obviously parents are being influenced either by other parents or by, like this said, I mean, the fact that we're spending this much money on dorm room stuff, $14 billion. Are you crazy?
But meanwhile, your kid goes in debt because of the college loans. But here's the money for a couch or a table because it matches the other. But nothing matches.
I do think we as parents probably aren't helping this case.
No, we're not. Right. But also, too, like there are different standards. That was the standard probably when we Gen Xers went to college. You got dropped off for the most part. There were a few of those where, the parents were in there building the lofts and things like that. But I didn't ask that of my parents. I've said many times the best thing they did for me when I was in college was leave.
Right.
Like that's what I needed from them. Let me be.
Right. Even if you didn't want that, like say you didn't want them to leave, but the fact that they did still likely the best thing that would have happened.
Right. So there was some of that, but now so the standard though now has changed. If, that was normal for people to have a secondhand couch or a found object or something that you bought, for $10 from somebody else or whatever. That was the dorm room standard. If the standard now has been elevated, regardless of what you think you want, do you want your kid then to be the one who's in this dump of a dorm room while, next door they've got, I don't know, drapes and matching this and matching whatever. I don't know. Like, you don't want that for your kid.
Well, so that's what it is. It's fear of failure, fear or of perceived failure, right?
Right.
Something like that. Well, social media is pushing back a little bit.
Dorm rooms should look like shit. They should look like absolute shit.
That lady posting about her kids going to school and is watching these videos of how nice everything looks.
I keep seeing these videos of these striped curtains and like matching bedspreads. Your dorm room should be like some old sheets from your linen closet and like a comforter from Bed Bath & Beyond.
She's not wrong.
Not wrong.
Even, Deb.
Honestly, my thing was like, ooh, carpeting.
Yeah.
And like one of those like little desk lamp type of things, like it makes it look like that glow, like you're back in your living room kind of thing.
Yeah. The halogen lamps or whatever they were.
Those dudes across the hall, right? They went and got the Shazam carpet or whatever that was. Big old thing.
It's so funny you say that. So my kid, we were packing it over the weekend, a rolled up carpet that he got. It was a brand new one. It was like, and I'm like, where'd this come from? Oh, blah, blah, got it, blah, blah. Yep. I'm like, I have some up in the attic. Like, I could have just pulled something out of it.
You got to show up with like a lava lamp in your hands. Like, here you go. Lava lamp and bead curtain.
It has to be an old one, though.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, one that actually works. So, okay, we got northbound on 4394. Couple of accidents. One in the Plainfield Curve, or just before the Plainfield Curve, I should say, and it is off on the left. I'm sorry, the right shoulder. The other accident is right about Beecher, and that is on the right shoulder as well. So delays between those 2 points. We've got a crash on 43 southbound as you're making your way past Bender Road. It is on the left shoulder, so that's not the best spot in the world, specifically because there's construction going on through there, so we're already tight. Eastbound 94, you got backups from 84th Street to 35th, westbound from 35th to Hawley, and then from Highway 100 to the county line, and between Moreland and Calhoun. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your dorm room should look like, I haven't seen Saw, but whatever that looks like.
Information coming at you all day, every day. With so much noise, knowing what deserves your attention can feel overwhelming. So it's no surprise that many Americans feel less confident about their retirement finances and stressed about their investments. Turn down the noise. Turn up the planning. Put Annex Wealth Management on your side for trusted investment and retirement guidance, including tax and estate planning. Visit annexwealth.com and click the Get Started button.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to look at every space in your house differently. Vince Vitrano for my friends Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets Milwaukee. I'm sure they'd do a dorm room if you asked them. Get them in their major project, right? So we worked together on a project to transform the front entryway of our home. Instead of an eyesore, now the closet is attractive, it's efficient, it's functional, makes me happy every time I walk by, which is the opposite of how I used to feel. So when you're doing a project with Katie and Dan at Inspired Closets, you're going to feel the same way about transforming your pantry, a basement area, garage, bedroom, closet, that you're going to enjoy now more than ever. And then what happens next is you start looking around at every other space in your house. You think, ooh, I see a project there, and they could do great stuff here. because everything looks and functions so well. Get started now. Tell them Vinny sent you. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margle Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 25th.
Fly ball center field. It's hit well. Grisham back. It is gone!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the New York Mets.
Got him swinging. Threw him a curveball. It's 11 Ks for Mizorowski.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tune in August 25th at 6:10 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
Our featured sponsor on this week's Home Improvement Showcase, presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, is Ridgetop Exteriors.
8:26 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Story to keep an eye on. Should have an update this week, and we're going to have an idea of how seriously we want to take the increasing willingness of drivers to settle road rage incidents with gunfire. We had another one this weekend. Seems like more than our share of late, don't you think, E?
Yes.
Road rage isn't new, but these road rage incidents where people are firing at each other in moving cars. Saturday morning, according to Milwaukee police. This is 42nd and Capitol. Middle of the morning, 10 o'clock a.m. 2 cars with people shooting at each other while driving. In one of the vehicles, a 1-year-old child who was injured as a result. Not a lot of additional information at this point from MPD, but the police department did tell us during the incident, gunfire was exchanged and both subjects sustained non-life-threatening injuries and were treated at local hospitals. In addition, a 1-year-old passenger of one of the vehicles also sustained non-life-threatening injuries and was conveyed to a local hospital for treatment. Now, it's not clear from what police have offered so far how the 1-year-old was hurt. Could have been the result of some sort of accident caused by all of this going on. Was it flying debris due to the gunshots? Right. Was the child actually hit by a bullet? That wasn't clear from the release, and there's not additional follow-up at this point from MPD. If and when we get to criminal complaint stage, you would expect those details to be offered. But again, as discussed, the child is going to survive. Both drivers are in custody. A week ago in Milwaukee, we had an 18-year-old who shot and killed a woman following a road rage incident on the south side. We had the freeway shut down exactly a week ago. I think it was late Sunday night a week ago. Rolling gun battle, 2 vehicles on I-94. I do not have an update from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office as to whether anyone was arrested in that case, but I could go on. We've had multiple other incidents even just this summer. And I say we'll find out how seriously we want to take this stuff because the charges have been referred to the Milwaukee County District Attorney's Office, so the DA ultimately decides what, if any, charges are appropriate on those 2 suspects who were arrested in the 42nd and Capitol incident. And then ultimately, if it goes through court, what sentence would a judge impose if you get either a guilty plea or if it goes to trial, a guilty verdict. If you're willing to, in this case, even with a child in the car, try to resolve a traffic issue by shooting at another car, and you got this other car shooting back at you, you're endangering anyone and everyone in that area. it goes beyond even just riding up on somebody's bumper and being aggressive.
Well, it's got to wake you up at some point and be like, okay, hey, this is gone too far. When shots are starting to be fired, that should be a clue.
And the way out of those, and it's hard. Everybody gets frustrated.
We've
in
all
traffic,
been there.
right?
We've all been there.
And sometimes it has less to do with that one moment and more with the bag of garbage that we all kind of carry around.
Yeah.
Everybody, don't diminish everybody's mental health and whatever. We're all carrying around our baggage, right? And then you get in this moment and somebody you think cuts you off or somebody does something stupid and then you react and then that person reacts back. So there's that.
Yeah.
But I've found myself as I've matured as a human and especially I think it was having kids in the car woke me up to it of what am I planning to do here? If you ride up on somebody's bumper, what's the outcome you're looking for, right? Just you got to take that breath and back off on it. Throttle back and just leave it be. Because the next escalation is what?
Right. And who are you going to impress with that? You tell your wife about it later?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I came up on the car.
I flipped them off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I did
Yeah,
today.
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So how's your day?
Yeah. And actually, the other driver was like, "Yeah, totally sorry. It was my fault." He actually stopped and said, "Can I buy you a cup of coffee?" Right? What? To put it in legal terms, they always talk about what relief do you, as the plaintiff, what are you looking for? I'm looking for XYZ to occur out of this lawsuit, right? What is the relief you seek here if you escalate a road rage incident? What do you think's going to happen that's good? What is it? So since there's nothing good that comes of that, you can't escalate these things. Increasingly, we're seeing people who are willing to shoot a gun at you.
Yeah.
And that goes nowhere good. And now we've had another one of these situations where it's multiple people who are armed shooting at each other. That endangers everybody who's out on the road. So this will be a story to watch. We'll see what, if any, charges are issued by the district attorney's office. You would expect that to happen this week. 8:30 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Vince Vitrano talking with Dr. Alex Young from Connect Chiropractic. Dr. Alex, you brought a guest today again.
Yeah, we're here with Frank today. Frank is a former professional baseball player and had tried everything before he found us.
What was going on with you, Frank?
I had stenosis. I had bulging discs.
So these are back problems.
Yeah, and it was a lot of pain. One of the hardest things for me to do was in the morning getting out of bed and standing up straight. I had to hold on to the wall, so it was pretty bad.
And what kind of treatments were you getting?
Injections, meds, and I realized that they weren't helping. So I just decided I wasn't going to do them anymore. I went through it probably 30 times, and they're painful.
Frank is now a fellow patient of mine at Connect Chiropractic. So tell me what finally brought you into Connect Chiro. Was it tried everything else? Might as well try this?
It took my wife about a year to just to get me in there because I just didn't see with the issues I had how it was going to help.
And how has it helped?
It's been night and day.
Really?
I never expected my back to be better. And I know that it's better because I don't think about it. And I'm able to run around with my grandkids. And it's been such a relief to not have to worry about that every day.
Dr. Alex, on top of that, then he's not on these expensive treatments and the medication too.
Yeah, we see so many people, that come to us after, getting a diagnosis from their medical doctor and just being on these medications, trying injections, trying everything under the sun, and they, didn't know where to turn, and they eventually found us. So we want to try to reach people sooner.
That's Connect Chiropractic locations in Wauwatosa, Delafield, and Oak Creek. Start your journey and join me here at Connect Chiropractic. It's Go Connect Chiro. That's GoConnectChiro.com.
The family-owned Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford is hiring line cooks, dishwashers, and third-shift cleaners. You'll make real money in a fun, busy atmosphere. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today and start next week. Visit MineShaftRestaurant.com.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dabusky. New sanctions on Iran, what President Trump is calling an economic D-Day, are expected to be unveiled today. Iran, for its part, threatening to cut off oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Canada says it will retaliate dollar for dollar for the new 50% tariffs put in place on billions in Canadian imports by President Trump. Thousands are still without power in parts of Indiana nearly 2 weeks after storms hit. ABC's Alex Perez is in Gary.
Getting all of this debris cleaned up is also very important. Many residents have joined a class action lawsuit accusing the utility company of not doing enough to prepare for those violent storms. The utility company says they are working around the clock to get everybody back on, and they anticipate that could be by some point tomorrow.
More than 40,000 people have been forced from their homes by the fast-moving Hawk Fire outside Reno. It's now burned through more than 15,000 acres. This is ABC News.
Well, we got southbound on 43 slowing down just before you get to Bender Road from about Good Hope Road because of a broken down vehicle, or actually a crash on the left shoulder right about at Bender Road. So heads up with that. We got westbound 94 tightening up through the stadium interchange to about Hawley Road. Back on the brakes passing Moreland Road to Calhoun. Eastbound backing up from about 84th Street to 35th. And northbound 4394 tightening up around the Plainfield curve up to Oklahoma Avenue. Our earlier accident near Beecher is gone. I'm Debbie Lazigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, sunshine, mild temperatures, high of 75, mostly clear and a low of 58 tonight. Milwaukee's at 60. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a violent weekend in Milwaukee. One person dead, multiple people hurt after half a dozen shootings across the city.
2 shootings happened Sunday. A 35-year-old was shot and killed Sunday night near 6th and Ring Street on Milwaukee's north side. Earlier that day, a 19-year-old was injured from an early morning shooting. 5 people suffered gunshot injuries on Saturday. A 1-year-old was also injured during a road rage incident near Sherman and Capitol. All shootings are under investigation. MPD data shows non-fatal shootings are down 27% and homicides are down 26% so far this year, compared with the same time period last year. Nicer Spencer, WTMJ News.
A Republican state lawmaker is giving Milwaukee election officials 30 days to explain what went wrong at the central count during this month's primary.
Assembly Elections Committee Chair Dave Maxey is requesting a detailed account of how results were not loaded correctly onto 5 flash drives when staff initially departed Central Count on primary night. The mistake forced workers to return with a police escort and delayed some of Milwaukee's absentee results by roughly 90 minutes. Maxey says there's no evidence results were compromised, but says if Milwaukee Election Commission Executive Director Paulina Gutierrez cannot correct reoccurring mistakes, she should resign. The general election is November 3rd. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Republican state lawmaker giving Milwaukee elections officials 30 days to explain what went wrong at Central Count. A 24-hour shutdown coming up this week, but it's not on the freeway.
Southbound Highway 100 will be closed for about 24 hours this week. Wisconsin DOT's Eric Hansen says drivers should plan for that shutdown starting Thursday morning.
Over on the 894 project from Lincoln Avenue to 84th Street, we do have an extended full closure.
The closure is between Layton Avenue and I-43, the Rock Freeway. But Hansen says people will still be able to get to where they need to go in the area since they'll maintain access to businesses and the Hales Corners Park and Ride. The closure runs from 5 a.m. Thursday to 5 a.m. Friday. Debbie Laziga, WTMJ
Good
News.
news about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update mixed bag as we get underway for another week. The Dow is up 73. The NASDAQ is off 147 and the S&P is down 20.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth. Annex Private Client. Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time 8:37.
Traffic is brought to you by Sewer Ninjas. Visit them at sewerninjas.com.
Just like we help you avoid traffic backups, Sewer Ninjas helps homeowners avoid sewer backups with camera inspections, drain cleaning, and trenchless repairs. Learn more at sewerninjas.com.
Leading a nonprofit takes more than heart. It takes the right leader with the skills, experience, and passion to move your mission forward. Vince Vitrano here for Spano Pratt. They focus exclusively on nonprofit executive searches, from discovering high-caliber candidates to rigorous assessment and selection to engaging and aligning your board of directors throughout the process. Spano Pratt doesn't just fill roles. They help you find leaders who truly align with your purpose and mission. SpanoPratt.com.
No matter what we were doing, the Brewer game was always on. Kind of the background of my childhood. I wore number 17.
Oh, you did? I didn't know that was my number.
Yep. This is my friend Jim Gantner. Jim was always my favorite player. We did Jim's roof up in Eden.
Right. The great job he does on homes. Most important is honesty, integrity, and doing a great job.
See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
You already know that Kessler's is the world's largest employee-owned group of jewelry stores.
We were recently told that Kessler's is the fastest growing group of jewelry stores in America.
Well, it just goes to show you.
Show you what?
That people like to feel good.
What do you mean?
Rick, you know how many people will drop by and look in the showcases and have some coffee and chat with their sales associates?
Yes.
That doesn't happen at other stores.
Really?
People come to Kessler's because it brightens their day.
It makes them feel good.
It certainly makes me feel good.
Tell me why.
Well, everyone's always in a good mood. And everything is clean and sparkling and romantic and happy.
It feels like sunshine and rainbows, doesn't it?
Sarah, that's exactly what it feels like.
When you're having a gray day, come to Kessler's.
Have some coffee and let us clean your jewelry.
Our jewelry cleaning equipment is completely different than what you have at home.
And we're delighted to do it for free, of course.
Welcome to Kessler's.
To find the Kesslers nearest you, visit KesslersDiamonds.com.
There is no excuse. Those are the words of the Indiana governor, knowing that there are still tens of thousands of utility customers without power in northwest Indiana. It's been 2 weeks since they had their torrential storms. And here we are still hearing of tens of thousands of people without power. This is those storms. Remember that they were just getting. There's that train.
So weeks worth of
flooding
storms, right?
that just kept going, and they're all dealing with it. And a lot of these folks just never got the power back.
Get up every day, and your neighborhood looks like a disaster area, and it seems like we're being ignored.
You can't cook. You lost all your food. You're cleaning out your refrigerator so the house doesn't smell like sour food.
I mean, it sounds awful just when you have a day. When you're out of power for 24 hours, even like that's
a few hours, you start thinking, when's the power going to
come right. And here it's been nearly 2 weeks now. The mayor of Gary, Indiana, was saying, "Hey, look, we probably needed more people from the very beginning.
We had 200 to 300 electric linemen in the beginning, and now we have nearly 700 electrical linemen, in addition to 300 vegetation crews. Now that should have been on the ground on day one."
So they're getting there now. The governor is saying that the utility company has all the resources it needs to get it done. That is basically saying they can. Here's his exact line. They have ample resources to get the job done in Northwest Indiana, but they continue to fail Hoosiers. So he's putting he's not taking any of this. Nope. It's all on the utility company to get this done. Now, they have brought some people back over the weekend. Folks in Portage were able to come back.
They could have done a better job, been more prepped for something like this.
I thought this lady said it back. She said when the power came back on, when the lights flickered.
We had to clap because it was very emotional. It's 13 days.
We clapped.
Of course you would.
So here they would expect, I'm surprised they have said this, but the word I was seeing here in the USA Today article is that they expect everyone back tomorrow. I don't know if you want to put a day on it after this long.
At this point.
It's been this bad, this long, but they're thinking this week they should have everyone back online.
When you have such widespread and catastrophic damage as you did, you got to grant utility companies a little bit of room there. This wasn't a line down or a couple of poles down. They were talking about there was major infrastructure damage that we have to rebuild.
Right.
So I will give you that. But the governor's point, well taken, of we got 700 people on the ground now. Should have had 700 people on the ground from the get-go.
Get moving faster.
And working on this because we knew this was going to be a massive project. And 2 weeks without power.
Hopefully there is light at the end of the tunnel.
See what you did there. 8:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Checking the roads here with Debbie.
We still have those delays. Northbound 4394 coming up out of the Plainfield Curve all the way to the KK River crossing, so careful with that. Now we have a new accident coming out of the Mitchell interchange. It is on the right shoulder, so heads up with that. Another crash on the ramp from 894 eastbound to northbound 4394 on the right shoulder. And beyond that, though, we do have westbound 94 backups through the stadium interchange just to Mitchell Boulevard. And on the eastbound side, we got backups from 84th to 35th. Oh, and 41 northbound from Capitol Drive to Hampton, southbound from just south of Hampton to about Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests. That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Sadly, we have a very tragic sports injury that's in the news this week here in Wisconsin. This is an important message for sports parents. You know, we're all committed to our young athletes. You spend so much time driving to practice and the games. We invest in all the equipment, the training, and the travel. So when injuries happen, We're often not quick enough to invest in the recovery, too. Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. Listen to how MD Hyperbaric can help your young athletes recover from injury. It's hyperbaric oxygen therapy, and what it does is it supports your body's natural healing process. So maybe you have just any kind of garden variety sports injury, and you want your young athlete back out on the field quickly as possible. When you're talking about concussions, it can really help there as well, and that's even more critical because it's not just about getting your athletes back on the field or the court. It's about helping them recover for school, for work, for their life long after the season ends. Learn more about how MD Hyperbaric can help. It's mdhyperbaric.com.
The historic Fox and Hound Supper Club near Holy Hill is hiring experienced line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Night and weekend hours are required. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today, start next week. Google and call the Fox and Hounds today.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
Is this one of those viral pranks?
Beg your pardon?
I think you promote Hasselus Mattresses employee-free showrooms just to lure me in so you can film a practical joke on me to go viral.
Sir, I assure you, we take employee-free mattress shopping very seriously.
What do? Tie me to a bed and spray me with silly string?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Good one.
Others sell a Beauty Sleep by Beauty Rest Queen Elm Cove A mattress for $1,599. But Hasselus has it for just $794.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress. Plus, free next day delivery.
So shopping at Hasselus won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasselus.com.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Cannon and Dunphy. That's the sound of Jacob Mizorowski just trying to get around at this whole Little League event that the Brewers were so fortunate to be a part of on Sunday. Outcome of the game notwithstanding. Joined now by host of Brewers Extra Innings, Dom Catronio. That's the sound that you sent on over, Dom. You spent some time with Miz and Yelly and some of the other guys as they were absorbed by the throngs of Little Leaguers.
Oh man, that's an understatement. It was incredible. I'm still coming down a little bit of just the energy that was in that city and just the sort of welcoming attitude everybody in Williamsport and everybody at the Little League World Series had to, like, thank you for being here. We know it's a big deal. We know it's a disruption to your schedule. And you go in thinking like, here we go. It's just another appearance. But it couldn't have been further from the truth. It was awesome. It was electric. And I just really think everybody had a great time. It was definitely beyond all expectations.
You know what's fascinating about it is that it wasn't just the game. You know, a lot of people just watched the game last night and they're in this small park, and that's kind of neat. But it started from the moment they got off the plane.
It was awesome. It was really well orchestrated, the way that, the folks at the Little League World Series, the Brewers, Major League Baseball, all coordinated, to have a couple of teams waiting while they arrived on the tarmac. And then a handful of guys. I was on the bus with William Contreras, Jackson Churio, Christian Yelich, Bryce Terang, Garrett Mitchell, and of course Miz. They're on a bus with two of the teams, Team Great Lakes and Team Dominican Republic. So it was just so cool to have that little one-on-one interaction on the bus. And then you arrive, and it's just throngs and throngs of 12-year-olds who are just screaming their heads off for all of the players, mind you. Obviously, I posted the video of Miz, but they knew every single Brewer that was walking up that hill, and that was super impressive. And sort of like Yelly said earlier, he was like, they know you from the show, but you also realize, like, they play a video game, more people watch than you realize, and it was just kind of a moment where it comes full circle for a lot of these guys.
I think we talk about this. A lot of people who have nonprofit lives, right? They volunteer for things, whatever. And they always say, I get back more than I give and things like that. In this situation, I'm also sensing, just based on what manager Pat Murphy was saying during the game, what we've heard from some of the guys of, I don't know, our young ball players here on this Brewers team probably got back a lot more than what they gave even to these little leaguers.
I think the way that the team walked into this because the Brewers have never done anything like this, right? They haven't done these sort of events, these marketing initiatives that Major League Baseball puts on where it's like you are the story and you are the show. But I think that the way that the young players took it, because none of these players had ever played in Williamsport, none of these players were on a team when they were 12 years old that made it to the Little League World Series. So they really came in with fresh eyes just from what they had seen on TV. And it just, again, I walked away from that really smiling and energetic about the direction that the game is going and the direction that the marketing initiatives are one thing, but just sort of kids having joy to see big league players in their presence just made everybody realize, okay, yeah, we are on a little bit of a different fame pedestal than maybe we think we are. And being an example is just a great way to be, reminded in an event like this.
WTMJ Brewers Extra Innings host Dom Catronio joining us live from New York, where the Brewers start a series with the Mets tomorrow night. Okay, so they lost the game. What does that make for the tiebreaker scenario now with the Phils if they end up tied at the end of the year?
Yeah, with the Braves. So the way that it works, because if in the event they are both division winners and finish with the same record at the end of the season, normally the first tiebreaker is the head-to-head. Who won the season series? Well, it's 3-3. So the next tiebreaker goes to your interdivision record, meaning how did you do against your own division? Currently, the Brewers have 7 more games remaining than the Braves do against their own division. Now, the Braves have one of the best records against their own division because they've got 2 kind of tanking teams at the bottom of it right now with the Nationals. I wouldn't say the Nationals are tanking, but they're not playing well. And then the Mets. But the Mets have played better lately, too. But the Brewers, obviously, the division has been one of the most competitive divisions in all of baseball. So that's something that come up. But hey, as I pointed out to people, then just don't finish tied. You still got 162 games. Don't finish tied. Just finish with one more win than them. And maybe you don't have to worry about it. Maybe we're just laughing about the fact that maybe these are the 2 teams that end up with the byes. And maybe the Dodgers are the ones that are going to that wild card series. So that's why this matters, that it's going to come down to literally the very last game of the year, since the Brewers and the Braves both end with divisional opponents.
Mention an off day for everybody today. What's everybody doing today, Dom?
I hope sleeping, because it was a lot yesterday. I mean, energy outflow. It was going on. I am not one of those people. I am getting on a bird and flying to my assignments with TBS coming up this week to Atlanta. So ain't no rest for the wicked. How about that?
I like it. 8:51 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thanks, Dom. Brewers and Mets will go tomorrow. That'll be a 6:10 first pitch our time. Walk in Central Park today, Deb? Handsome cab ride? Who knows?
Lovely.
What do you want to do out there?
That sounds
Take in
nice.
a show?
And sleep through it?
I think Broadway's usually dark on Mondays, yeah?
Yeah, that's right.
Good. I'm sure that was on everybody's list.
Just, you don't want to steer anybody wrong, right?
No, of course not.
Okay, northbound 4394. We do have a crash on the right shoulder. Technically, it's just coming out of the Plainfield, or up into the Plainfield curve. So watch out for that. There's also one listed on the ramp from 894 eastbound to northbound, which is almost in the same spot. So just something to keep in mind if you're going to be heading through there. You do have backups there. Westbound 94 is delayed coming out of the stadium interchange to Holly Road, eastbound from about 76th Street to 35th. Also a crash on southbound 43 just about at Bender Road on the left shoulder. Not the best spot in the world since there is construction going on through there. Northbound 41 is slowing from Capitol Drive past Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Josh Minan, attorney at Cannon and Tumphy.
Being a counselor at law means being a trusted advisor in our clients' time of need. When I meet people that have been hurt in an accident, there's usually a lot going on in their lives. Our role at Cannon and Dunphy is to take a lot of that off their plate and handle it for them. Not only do we offer legal expertise, but also heartfelt support to help those who've been wrongfully injured. That's what we do.
Summer is the time to enjoy the outside. Enjoy the deck, the patio, the fire pit, the shade, the screen room, the in-ground pool. Enjoy all of it in your own backyard. Outdoor Living Unlimited is Wisconsin's top TimberTech decking installer and can deliver a design and build your next maintenance-free deck with a custom screen room and automated pergola. Stop by our Outdoor Living Unlimited showroom at 665 Larry Court in Waukesha or visit OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Quick reminder as we get closer to the end of the summer season, still may have been some issues with the roof, right? From all the wind or the hail or the damaging storms that we've had. Now's the time. Tri-County Contracting can help you with that. Don't forget, free estimates on any potential wind or hail damage. You can also work directly with your insurance. If that's something that overwhelms you, stresses you out, just know that Tri-County Contracting wants to be there to help you. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's roofing, siding, and windows that'll make you love your home again. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Don't miss out on the Labor Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. Our entire showroom of heirloom quality furniture is on sale. Enjoy factory discounts on exceptional brands like Norwalk, Bradington Young, Hooker, and our Amish dining and bedroom collections. Create a sofa, chair, sectional, or recliner as unique as you are with our thousands of customizable upholstery options. For unbeatable savings on better quality furniture, shop the Labor Day sale now at Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, and downtown. There's no doubt that a better night's sleep makes for better days, and a good quality mattress helps make it happen. When you buy your new Milwaukee mattress from Ken Michaels Furniture, you are assured of a mattress made individually for you, out of the finest materials right from our own Milwaukee factory. We make every style, size, and firmness of mattress imaginable, and with our factory direct prices, you will save hundreds of dollars. Milwaukee mattress from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee, where better days come from a great night's sleep.
Are you hosting an event, launching something new, wanting to get the word out about your part of the state? Be a featured guest on the WTMJ Experience Wisconsin show. Share your story, promote your event or business, and connect with fans all across the state. I'm John Merkier. I'd love to interview you. We reach listeners from Milwaukee to Madison, Green Bay to La Crosse, everywhere in between. It's Experience Wisconsin. Ready to shine a spotlight on your business or company? Email me, john@WTMJ.com for more information. john@WTMJ.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
You know what? Sometimes we can't figure it out. Just seeing out of the corner of my eye, CNN is updating this story. I think we had Jim Ryan out of Dallas on it once from ABC News, talking about this effort from NASA and another company to try and save a satellite that's falling out of orbit. It's one of these observatories.
So it'll come crashing into the atmosphere?
And I guess a little bit earlier than expected, it was losing its trajectory around the Earth that kept it in orbit. And it doesn't have a propulsion system, so it was going to start falling back toward Earth. And they didn't want this to happen. And so there was this idea of, well, we're going to intercept the satellite with this other unmanned probe, and then these robot arms are going to do this, that, or the other, and we're going to re-inject it into its proper orbit and whatever. And it's failed. And NASA is now admitting that failure, apparently over the weekend, just saying, we give up. That's that. The Swift Observatory will continue to fall out of Earth orbit, and they expect by the end of the year it will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and then largely
so it's gone.
Yeah,
okay.
Which is not what they wanted to happen. But this is an apocalyptic view, but I get it's probably on my mind because you told me I had to watch the Project Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Right.
And you didn't like it.
I just feel like they glossed over a lot of science in there. That's what I was into it for. But anyway, point being, we always think like when the asteroid is coming at Earth that we'll assemble the group of cowboys to go up there and fix it, and they'll detonate a nuke or they'll whatever. There's some hero scenario where they're going to take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
Or in the case of Project Hail Mary, something sucking away the life of the sun, and we'll figure it out, right? It's entirely possible, and perhaps more likely, we will not. We will not. We couldn't fix this own satellite in our own Earth orbit.
That you can see and track and read and follow.
We sent it there.
We can't stop it.
What are we going to do when a giant rock the size of Manhattan is headed toward Earth? Right? What really are we going to do?
We'll knock it off its trajectory.
Yeah, right. We'll get some guys up there, really smart, the smartest scientists in the world, and all the people of the world, the nations of the world will come together and conspire. Probably not. Probably all going to die. 8:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
Here are the wealthiest zip codes in Metro Milwaukee based on median income and home values. It's an area that covers Elm Grove and parts of Brookfield. The wealthiest zip code in Milwaukee County, the North Shore suburbs. Real estate developer and bank executive Jeff Musa proposes an $8 million townhome project in Oak Creek. The site on Putes Road would consist of 26 units with duplexes and triplexes. A private equity company that acquires an ATM network business from Fiserv seeks an office in downtown Milwaukee. A Money Pass Group executive says the company needs 4,000 square feet of Class A space. I'm Rich Kirchen with MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
It's time now for the Sewer Ninjas Minute of the Day. From your local experts at Sewer Ninjas.
If you own an older home, you may have had a plumber out and heard them use the term CIPP and wondered, what exactly is that? CIPP stands for Cured in Place Pipe, also known as trenchless sewer lining. Instead of digging up and replacing your existing sewer pipe, we install a new pipe inside of the old one. This technology can eliminate cracks, prevent root intrusion, and restore the structural integrity of your sewer line, often with far less disruption to your yard. I'm Jordan with Sewer Ninjas, locally owned, Wisconsin proud, and here to help you protect your home.
This has been the Sewer Ninjas Minute of the Day, helping Wisconsin homeowners stay ahead of costly sewer problems 1 minute at a time. Learn more today at sewerninjas.com.
Looking to build or remodel? Then don't miss the 80th MBA Parade of Homes presented by Nuns. Explore 17 extraordinary homes in 2 locations, Quiet Wood in Menominee Falls and the Snyder Farm in Oconomowoc. Each home showcases premium craftsmanship and design shaped for the way you want to live. Walk through spaces that spark ideas, elevate expectations, and inspire your next chapter. The parade runs August 15th through September 7th. For tickets and locations, visit mbaparadeofhomes.com.
Experience, knowledge, and results. That's what really matters when you need help after a serious truck accident. You'll need a lawyer experienced in fighting and winning for people just like you. Gruber Law Offices has the resources, strong track record of success, and a team of experienced lawyers to take care of your needs. We've successfully helped people injured in big truck accidents for more than 35 years. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Transform your home today. Exterior Pros. Trust the pros.
Your trusted and relevant source for news, sports, traffic, and weather. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Monday, August 24th, our top story, a weekend wave of gun violence across the city.
I'm Eric Bilstead. It's been 2 weeks and still no power.
Your Storm Team forecast, a high of 75 degrees today under sunny skies. Skies mostly clear overnight once again with a low of 58. Milwaukee's now at 63. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, a violent weekend in Milwaukee led to 6 separate shootings. One of them turned deadly.
2 shootings happened Sunday. A 35-year-old was shot and killed Sunday night near 6th and Ring Street on Milwaukee's north side. Earlier that day, a 19-year-old was injured from an early morning shooting. 5 people suffered gunshot injuries on Saturday. A 1-year-old was also injured during a road rage incident near Sherman and Capitol. All shootings are under investigation. MPD data shows non-fatal shootings are down 27% and homicides are down 26% so far this year, compared with the same time period last year. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Trials moving forward for a teenager accused of hitting a Milwaukee police officer with his car while fleeing Water Street.
Hunter Meyer of Rothschild faces a long list of felony charges, including recklessly endangering safety and hit and run causing injury. The charges stem from a 4th of July weekend of gunfire on Water Street as police responded to gunshots coming from a parking lot where Meyer was allegedly driving in circles. Prosecutors say Meyer ignored commands to get out of the car and struck an officer as he fled the scene, eventually crashing into another car. He's set to be arraigned next month. Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Man in Sheboygan in custody after fleeing a traffic stop and injuring another driver.
North 14th Street and Superior Avenue.
referencing a vehicle accident. Officers are on scene.
Police dispatch audio there from Broadcastify as officers were trying to stop a vehicle for excessive engine noise. That happened Sunday night. According to authorities, the 19-year-old driver took off, led police on a chase that officers ultimately ended up cutting off because it was getting too dangerous. Well, that driver then ran a red light and hit another car. 73-year-old man who was driving the other car had minor injuries. The 19-year-old was arrested, charges pending.
There's some communities in northwest Indiana that remain without power 2 weeks after devastating flooding there. Eli Valdez lives in Portage, got his power back over the weekend.
It's not easy for us, folks got food going, spoiling and stuff, and it's just, we feel like we're taken for granted by the community and the state.
The utility, Northern Indiana Public Service Company, says it hopes to have everyone power restored by tomorrow.
Today, day 19 in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy. She's admitted to killing her 3 children in 2023, but her defense team is arguing she was suffering from postpartum psychosis and extreme mental illness.
Lindsay Clancy's defense rested Friday, but not before calling a forensic psychiatrist to testify. Said the following, that Lindsay Clancy believed she was doing the children a, quote, favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth with her doing the mothering. The prosecution's rebuttal witness argued Clancy was indeed suffering from a, quote, major depressive episode. However, he said he believed she could, quote, confirm her conduct to the standard of law.
That is News Nation's Marcus Espinoza reporting Massachusetts law places the burden of proof on the prosecution to disprove Clancy's insanity plea.
Hearing news this morning that House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and close advisor, met in New York City recently. ABC's Rachel Scott.
I'm told this was a broad conversation, but one of the areas of focus was ways to find possible common ground on issues. And of course, the timing on all of this is very striking. We're less than 75 days away to the midterm elections. Democrats feel pretty good about their chances of retaking the House, which would put Jeffries in line to become the next speaker.
Jeffries has been a staunch critic of the president during this term.
Another big weekend at the box office for your friendly neighborhood web slinger.
What is happening to me? Did you miss me, Spidey?
Spider-Man swung to the top of the box office for the 4th weekend in a row. Brand New Day collecting another $39 million in ticket sales this weekend.
You can bring demons back from the further.
In second place, the 6th installment in the Insidious franchise called Out of the Further. That made $25.3 million.
Ithaca's king is coming back.
And rounding out the top 3 was Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, which added another $19.5 million 6 weeks after its debut. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow is up 149, the NASDAQ down 238, and the S&P also in the red, 26.
News is sponsored by Abbey Home. Go to abbyhome.com today.
Abbey Window. Are you looking to upgrade your bathroom with a new walk-in shower or a new tub? At Abbey Home, we take everything down to the studs, pull the plumbing permits, and you have a brand new bath or shower in as little as 1 day. And to top it off, we're having our 16-year anniversary sale. Right now, get a free shower door with your new bath or shower. And if somebody asks you if you know a guy in the business, you can say no, but I know a girl. Go to abbyhome.com today or give us a call, 414-436-ABBY, 414-436-2229.
Good Karma Sports is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with Good Karma Sports, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmasports.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmasports.com.
4 years ago, I opened a doggy dream space unlike anything in Wisconsin. A place that offers it all: daycare, boarding, grooming, and a one-of-a-kind indoor-outdoor dog park and tavern. A hangout as fun for humans as it is for hounds. I'm Leah, proud owner of the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls. Our love, passion, and commitment to dogs and the community are at the core of everything we do. From our incredible staff to top-tier services, we've built something truly special at the Hounds and Tap. Come see for yourself. Visit the Hounds and Tap in Menominee Falls today.
Looking for books, movies, digital tools, exciting programs, and more? Milwaukee County Public Libraries have it all, totally free. One library card opens the doors to all 27 public libraries in the county. Kids can dive into story times and STEAM kits full of fun and discovery, while adults can join book clubs, sharpen career skills, or take online classes in everything from tech to language learning. Head to findmylibrary.org to begin exploring libraries and open up a world of unlimited access to learning and fun.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All Sports Desk. Day off today for the Crew. Brewers coming up a bit short in Williamsport on Sunday night. Lost to the Braves 4-2 in the Little League Classic. Even though he wasn't on the mound, Brewers starter Jacob Mizorowski, a fan favorite.
Yeah, it was definitely overwhelming, but, it was fun. It was fun to be, a little superhero for those guys, and it was a blast.
Crew took 2 of 3 from Atlanta and have lost just twice in their last 8 games. Brewers will be in New York starting a series against the Mets tomorrow night. Final open practice for Packers training camp scheduled for Wednesday at the Ray Nitschke practice field. That'll be a joint practice with the Cardinals. Practice open as well in Green Bay this morning. Packers play their final preseason game against Arizona Friday night at Lambeau.
WTMJ time saver traffic. Minimal delays, if any, at the moment getting in and out of the city. You'll see some slowdowns by the construction, but nothing dramatic.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. 75 degrees your high temperature for today with sunshine. Mostly clear skies and a low of 58 overnight. For tomorrow, we bring in a chance for some rain in the afternoon and evening hours with a high of 80. Wednesday, chance of showers and storms, high 83. Thursday, mostly sunny with a high of 80. Friday's high 77 under mostly sunny skies. Milwaukee's at 63.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Eric Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
9:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News. So glad you're with us here on this Monday morning. I finally did see Odyssey.
Oh, yeah?
Over the weekend.
What'd you think?
That was a fantastic story.
Yeah, great movie.
I saw it with my history major son, who was bent out of shape over any number of things. But
about the fictional story?
Well, so right. He did couch it this way. He goes, first of all, great movie. Just great movie. Really enjoyed the film. Now, from his standpoint, the story didn't follow what is traditional mythology in a number of different places. It diverted off.
It took liberties.
Yes.
I warned you about them.
To which I countered, well, look, man, this started as a spoken word or performed set of stories, right? Do you think every guy who told that story over generations and in different places and all these things told it the same way?
Right.
Or didn't they all add their own little things?
Yeah,
so this
right.
was the
embellishments.
I don't know if he was pleased with that answer or not. Some of the other things he nitpicked over was we know the period in which this is alleged to have happened, right? Whether it's true to any extent or not. And he's like, some of the costuming was not accurate to the period.
Ah, okay. All right.
This didn't occur in the Bronze Age. Okay, man. I don't know. Good film. Anyway, as Eric is wont to say, it is a big day today. We got a lot of stuff going.
Big day.
We got tariff wars with Canada, you got the economic D-Day, and a high-profile visit for Wisconsin defense contractor all ahead.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
New U.S. tariffs on Canada actually went into effect over the weekend. The Prime Minister in Canada now vowing to match them.
We've got the reserves, we've got the resilience, we've got the plan, we've got the focus. We will respond.
Yeah, more on that in a moment. First, this. You have Secretary of Defense, or if you prefer, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, will be in Oshkosh today. The Defense Department is calling it the Arsenal of Freedom Tour. And Secretary Hegseth has 2 stops on said tour today. He's starting with a visit to U.S. Strategic Command Headquarters. That's in Omaha. And then that'll be followed by a visit to Oshkosh Corporation. So according to a release from the department, the tour's message will emphasize that our national security and the peace of the world move at the speed of our defense industrial base and rely on the hard work of our American workforce. Tour will highlight the urgent need to rebuild our defense industrial base and to ensure that we continue President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's peace through strength agenda. So why are they in Oshkosh? Well, Oshkosh
Corp.
Huge defense contractor.
For years has been.
Yeah, that is not new. And the Oshkosh Northwestern, that's the Gannett newspaper up there. So Gannett, Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, Green Bay Press-Gazette, all those papers. So they are reporting sourced information that has the secretary flying into Whitman Regional Airport, that's where they have EAA, to be greeted by a brief rally before making his way over to the plant to speak with factory workers and see Oshkosh Defense's production capabilities. Northwestern also has, we've long known that there are many contracts that are always in play for Oshkosh Defense, which is a division of Oshkosh Corporation. They got a bunch of other brands as well. I mean, they make fire trucks and other stuff that have nothing to do with military, but their defense division, we've got contracts with the Army, Navy, Marines, somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.5 billion right now. So it's a big deal defense contractor. I don't have exact timing on the visit or the agenda, but given that the first stop is in Omaha, you'd think late morning at earliest, perhaps early afternoon, for all of that, for Secretary Hegseth to be here in Wisconsin.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
So then you've got, might be happening around the same time the Secretary is here, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is holding a news conference this afternoon. He is vowing to announce the, quote, toughest sanctions in history on Iran. We spoke earlier with ABC News State Department reporter Shannon Kingston about that and the ongoing trade war with Canada as well.
There have been very few details, but the president has said that it's going to be an economic D-Day for Iran. Those are, pretty big threats coming from the White House, but there hasn't been much specificity until now. So we're expecting that the Treasury Secretary will lay out exactly what the administration plans to do later this afternoon, at least the first steps. Now, this all comes as the president has pivoted away from military action and towards economic coercion when it comes to his strategy on Iran, trying to get the regime there to come to terms, at least come to the table with what he wants to see as he tries to reshape the Middle East. But the question now is, how long can Iran hold out? We do know that Iranian currency has hit an all-time low, so definitely they are feeling the pain. But if there's one thing Iran is good at, it's withstanding economic sanctions from the West. They've been doing it for decades now.
Well, and the interesting part about that, Shannon Kingston is with us. She's the ABC News State Department reporter, is the effects on the Iranian people might well be different than the effects some of these things have on Iranian leadership. And they're the ones who are making the decisions.
That's right, absolutely. And even though there have been widespread protests in recent months about the economic conditions in the country, the regime has also proven that it can withstand that kind of disruption coming from within the country. So unless things change pretty drastically, it seems that this will be a prolonged series of back and forth between the U.S. and Iran, but not necessarily one that is moving on the president's timeline.
Let's go to the Canadian tariffs. Canada says it will match Washington's imposed 50% tariffs dollar for dollar, but the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said they will take effect, as far as Canada is concerned, September 8th. Does that suggest there may still be room for negotiation?
That does suggest that there could be at least some time to head off some of the more intense consequences from this latest disruption, the shocking turn of events between the U.S. and Canada, historic allies. And remember, the president said that they were on the verge of reaching a trade deal multiple times last week, but everything fell apart in the 11th hour, and we do know that President Trump intends to go forward with putting a 50% tariff on some $20 billion worth of Canadian goods immediately. So this is a quick turnaround, at least from the U.S. side. But really, when it comes down to it, the Canadian government and the Canadian people are quite upset with a lot of the president's policies and a lot of his rhetoric. So there's certainly an appetite from north of the border to try to give Washington a taste of its own medicine. So we'll have to see if negotiators can change the mood there.
Shannon, do we know how this would affect the everyday American?
Well, the concern certainly is that it will raise prices for both Americans and Canadians. And if there's one thing that these two populations have in common, it's a concern about affordability. They have both seen prices rise dramatically over the course of the last couple of years. But something that has Republicans in the U.S. concerned is that our midterm elections, of course, are just right around the corner now. So they're worried that Americans who are feeling the pain in their pocketbook, that they're going to turn around and retaliate against Republicans when they go to the voting booth.
So that was our conversation with ABC News reporter Shannon Kingston. She joined us live from Washington this morning. So you have Treasury Secretary Bessent, 1 p.m. news conference. That's our time today. Then on the Economic D-Day, and then Secretary Pete Hegseth doing Wisconsin Today as well at Oshkosh Corporation. Indeed, Eric, a big day.
It is. It is.
9:18 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
MPS Families. School starts Tuesday, September 1st, and we're excited to serve you. If you haven't enrolled your child yet, now is the time. Milwaukee Public Schools offers free breakfast and lunch, the latest reading curriculum, and programs to fit every learner, including bilingual, language immersion, Montessori, special education, and more. Enroll today at mpsmke.com/enroll or visit us in person at 5225 West Vliet Street, Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Don't wait. Enroll today.
Vince Vitrano for Go Trago. Turnover, costly, frustrating, and for many organizations, a silent profit killer. Go Trago Assessment Solutions has a solution to all of that. At Go Trago, what they do is help organizations stop that revolving door. So you're hiring the right people the first time. That, of course, reduces hiring costs and improves sales. The Go Trago TPS identifies top performers before they're on your payroll. That helps you reduce turnover, it boosts customer experience, and increases sales. And here's a great example. Auto dealers nationwide, they've been using this for years and report they're operating at turnover rates some 200% below the industry average because they're using these predictive assessments from Go Trago. Go Trago. Better hires, better teams, better results. Visit GoTrago. That's TREGO. GoTrago.com.
Have you seen those Russian floating folk dancers that look like they're gliding on air?
Impressive. They kind of resemble the Brody table at Penny Mustard.
You're right.
And these upholstered caster dining chairs look like they're also gliding on air. Here, I'll show you.
Be careful.
Watch out!
I never was a very good dancer.
The Brody table, paired with 4 caster dining chairs, starting at $64.22 at Penny Mustard.
Showrooms in Milwaukee and Chicago.
PennyMustard.com.
Ready to travel with a community of fellow explorers? Check out Fox Group Vacations with Globus. We have incredible expert-led itineraries lined up for 2027. Taste your way through Italy, witness the breathtaking waterfalls and glaciers of Iceland, or relax on the tropical shores of Hawaii. We handle all the logistics, flights, and details so you can just enjoy. Spaces fill fast. Call 866-GO-FOX-GO or visit foxworldtravel.com.
Happy Monday!
It's time to look at the week ahead.
What a Monday morning.
The week ahead on Wisconsin's Morning News. All of the news this week, but just right now. Save you the trouble of worrying about it on Wednesday. We'll tell you now what it's going to be. Everything on the paper, everything on TV, everything you hear on the radio.
Why don't you just tell me what's going to be in the news?
We'll do it right now. Economic D-Day in Iran. The White House claims today is the day. U.S. Treasury going to announce this afternoon new economic measures against Tehran. Also today, tariffs against Canada are now in place. The U.S. imposing 50% duties on about $20 billion worth of Canadian goods. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in Oshkosh today as well. Here come the Jehovah's Witnesses. A week-long convention at the Baird Center in downtown Milwaukee. This is a big one. All week long, thousands are expected in town for it. The convention will provide Jehovah's Witnesses with spiritual refreshment and encouragement, along with Joyful Christian Association.
Yeah, that is thousands. That's a sizable convention.
It's going to be here through the week. It's a big one, from all across the country going to be in for that one.
You know, it'd be a good prank.
What would be a good prank?
Find whatever the primary hotel is and you knock on every door in there. I wonder if I could talk to you about your religious faith.
Are you suggesting because sometimes they go door to door?
Yes, okay.
All the Catholics now.
The joke, they're very welcome here. I'm glad they're here.
To Pleasant Prairie, he's taken his fight to Village Hall. A boat owner in Pleasant Prairie who is ticketed for having his boat on his driveway because the ordinance doesn't allow that in that village, is now fighting for a change in the ordinance. TMJ4 News had this story last week. So this guy is trying to amend the ordinance to allow boat owners to keep boat on the driveway for portions of the year anyway. So that'll be part of the Village Hall agenda tonight. It's interesting. Didn't realize you bought the boat and then you pull it up there and then you get a ticket all of a sudden.
Park this year.
That's not where that goes. Remember the couple that climbed the Empire State Building?
Oh, yeah.
And then he proposed and the love that they were celebrating. Well, they're in court today facing a slew of charges. They posted on Instagram, the couple did, saying, whatever happens in court, we will respect the process and accept the consequences.
Okay.
So no matter what.
Do you have what the potential consequences are?
It's a ton of charges.
Yeah, okay, so you wouldn't expect...
Reckless endangerment, burglary, criminal mischief, like lots of stuff.
Well, they did a lot of stuff wrong.
Right.
And not for nothing, cute as it were, you do, because you had first responders up there, endanger the lives of those people.
And you are putting them at risk.
So that's not nothing.
So we'll see. But yeah, court today for those two. Decision Wisconsin, we get our first look at where the candidates stand in the race for governor this week. We got ourselves a Marquette University Law School poll that comes out on Wednesday. Now, it's, of course, Tom Tiffany and David Crowley vying for the governor's office. What if I told you the poll didn't include Crowley?
That was not this poll. This poll does.
We're still trying to get that figured out. No, they're both in it. I'm just teasing. They're
There's
both
a bunch of people who didn't win in the primary. Just, what could have been?
If you're second choice. United Way kicks off its 2026 community campaign this week. They got a big old event taking place in downtown Milwaukee over the weekend. Highway 100 shuts down for a day, so this is more construction stuff. Closures between Layton and I-43. If they're confident they can just do it on that Thursday, but it's Thursday morning through Friday morning.
Perfect.
You got an interesting little smirk on your face. What are you worried about over there?
Again, I don't know. Pick a road.
On Thursday, built to inspire the Quadracci Pavilion at 25. So the Calatrava and the pavilion there, the Quadracci Pavilion, it's 25 years old now. So you're starting to see more like anniversary stories and different things. So their big exhibit that celebrates the pavilion's enduring legacy through a new installation featuring historic construction photography, an architectural model, original films, an audio guide, etc., that opens later this week.
That's cool.
I don't remember. I remember when it all got built and was being built, but I don't remember a big ceremony. I'm sure they had something.
They had fireworks and everything.
Did they?
Yeah, sure.
How was I not at that? I'm just surprised. It's not ringing a bell. But anyway, we know what happened.
It was finished and it's open.
The Brewers are in New York.
Spoiler alert.
They got games against the Mets starting tomorrow. Then they play the Rangers this weekend. Packers and Cardinals from Lambeau Field on Friday. It's the only exhibition game at home this year. And this is the brothers LaFleur. So both LaFleur brothers are going to be doing the whole family thing. That'll be the fun storyline this week.
Yeah, Wednesday is the joint practice that is open to fans. That'll be the final practice during training camp that's open to fans as well. It's Mike, right? Mike LaFleur and Matt LaFleur.
It's his little brother, right?
Question mark?
Some kind of, anyway, Racing at the mile. Remember that sound in Wauwatosa? IndyCar coming to the Milwaukee Mile. The Snap-on Milwaukee Mile IndyCar Series weekend. Visit Milwaukee says they expect more than 18,000 attendees associated with that event over those couple of days. So that's pretty cool.
Open wheel racing on the oval. I told you this. I grew up about a mile or so from State Fair Park. That was the sound of summer. It was IndyCar all summer long.
You hear it, yep.
That and the zoo train whistle you could hear. It's like, it's summer now.
U.S. Open Tennis Championship gets rolling this week. Rocktoberfest comes to the Fox Valley. And at the Wisconsin Timber Rattler Stadium this week.
I give you the #1 ranked eater in the world, Joey Chestnut!
Yes, Joey Jaws Chestnut, a legend in competitive eating, will be at Rocktoberfest, challenging a select number of lucky fans to an eating contest. So he holds 55 world records. He's going to headline a pregame eating showdown featuring the ultimate Rocktoberfest platter against local challenger Nick Vetrano. Your brother is going up against Joey Jaws Chestnut.
So I got this we're going.
You're going to go see it?
But Nick does a radio show
does radio up there.
In the Fox Valley and Green Bay Market, and they invited him. They're like, Joey was coming already. Like, would you like to do this? And Nick's a huge fan.
Absolutely, yeah.
So he sent me a text, though, with some other stuff. The 7-pound platter. 2 pounds of food he did in a half hour for a promotional event.
Okay.
So it's got like cheese curds on it and brats and other stuff. And
all right, you could do that.
I don't know what exactly the contest is. Is it timed? How much can you eat within this time? Or I think that's probably how it'll go.
Can he even sniff Chestnut's abilities?
He can't. This is my brother. If you heard him on the air, what did he do that Friday?
It was amazing.
It's like he doesn't actually think he can beat Joey Chestnut, who's the greatest of all time in competitive eating.
Yeah.
Yet every once in a while he'll be like, I mean, my only thing would be no, dude, there is no thing, there is no scenario,
amazing.
there is no
That
case.
would make world news if he somehow beat him.
Stop.
Just saying, it would.
Stop.
There'll be a detention hearing for social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate this week following their arrest by U.S. Marshals. That's taking place. And then, of course, we have music. Rufus the Soul plays the AmFam Amphitheater. And at the Pabst...
I give you the number one.
No, he's not at the Pabst.
And then he's going to eat there. As an appetizer.
At the Pabst is Todd Rundgren. He's bringing his Damned If I Do tour to Milwaukee.
Now, why do we know Rundgren?
Oh, come on. You know it.
I was helping you.
Yeah, well, you're doing a great job for it. No, this is how we know who he is. Yeah, there it is. That's okay.
The bang the drum guy.
So love the systems we have here.
No, I had read on this. So, what did you say, Pabst, right?
Yep.
He's coming to the Pabst.
Yep.
And
he plays this song straight for 90 minutes.
No, he opens with it, and then for the encore, he also plays it.
We don't know
Name
that.
me another song.
I don't know any other ones, but okay. Anyway, at the movies.
Have you been horribly injured by a product made by the Acme Corporation?
It's not your fault. There's probably someone to blame.
Will Forte stars in Coyote versus Acme. Coyote from Looney Tunes files a lawsuit against Acme Company because the products always break down when he's chasing the Roadrunner, right?
They never work.
Yeah. So he's filing a lawsuit.
We had assumed for the longest time it was operator error.
The trailer actually looks pretty creative. They got the whole cartoon and live action combo, right? Because they're around like real people and walking around doing stuff, and they got all the characters in it.
Wile E. Coyote.
Yeah. So it looks
super genius.
And the Acme folks are all evil and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So John Cena's in it too. So it should be good.
I don't know if this is a theater one, but I definitely want to see it.
I was gonna say, is this worthy of going to the movies?
Because you know why you go? Because to hear everybody else laugh.
Oh, right. Yep. Also out this weekend, The Dog Stars, Buddy, and Finding Emily. That is the week ahead on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Market swings can feel very different when you're close to retirement. Hi, I'm Tony Drake, certified financial planner and founder of Drake & Associates right here in Wisconsin. When you're younger, volatility is often something you ride out over time. But as retirement approaches, big market drops can have a much bigger impact on your long-term plan. That's why many retirees need a different investment approach, one that balances growth with protection and provides income even when markets are unpredictable. At Drake & Associates, we help families design diversified strategies intended to help manage risk while still giving your money the opportunity to grow. My complimentary retirement toolkit walks through how thoughtful investment planning can help you stay confident during uncertain markets. You'll receive a copy of my book, Get Retirement Ready, along with 5 guides covering income planning, taxes, and smart investing. Call 414-897-9522 or text RISK to 414-897-9522 for your no-cost toolkit. That's 414-897-9522 or text the word RISK to 414-897-9522. Because the goal isn't just growing your money, it's protecting the retirement you've worked for.
Drake & Associates LLC is an independent investment advisory firm that offers a variety of different investment vehicles. This commercial is provided for informational purposes only and should not be construed as individual investment advice. Drake & Associates LLC does not provide legal or tax advice. Past performance is not indicative of future performance.
Welcome back to Ask Hassles.
Are your employee-free Hassles showroom some kind of big viral prank?
We simply let you try our selection of Beauty Rest, Sealy Posturepedic, and more without commission-crazy salespeople breathing down your neck.
Sure you do.
And through Monday, get a free adjustable base with the purchase of a select Sealy Posturepedic or Beauty Rest mattress, plus free next-day delivery.
So shopping at Hassles won't make me TikTok famous?
Absolutely not.
Darn.
Find an employee-free showroom near you at hassles.com.
Brew Crew Tuesdays are back on August 25th.
Fly ball center field. It's hit well. Grisham back. It is gone!
Catch the Brewers on local TV as they battle the New York Mets.
Got him swinging. Threw him a curveball. It's 11 Ks for Mizorowski.
This edition of Brew Crew Tuesdays is presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tune in August 25th at 6:10 on Fox 6 in Milwaukee, or check your local listings to watch the game.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. 15,000 acres. That's how big the Hawk Fire in Nevada now is. And now,
officials saying the Hawk Fire may have been purposely set. An investigation is underway. Flames burning close to the city's densely populated foothills. Neighborhoods left looking apocalyptic. Buildings reduced to rubble.
Tons and tons of children.
Families filling up shelters. One little girl still wearing her cheerleading uniform.
Fire sweeping over our head, and so we're like, we got to get out of here.
Jason Davis telling us how he made it out.
ABC's Melissa Adon. President Trump on social media this morning announcing a new round of tariffs on Canadian cars and steel set to take effect January 1st. It comes amid an escalating trade war between the two countries, with Canada now vowing to retaliate after the U.S. imposed 50% tariffs this weekend. And new sanctions are coming towards Iran later this afternoon. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:35.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're an hour off the opening bell, and the Dow Jones Industrial is up 144 points to 53,420. S&P 500 is down 20 to 7654, and the NASDAQ is at 26,011 points. That is down almost 170 points. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WTMJ time, saver traffic for the most part, delay free for your ride in or out of the city. Heads up in the stadium interchange. So this is 175 south to 94 east. The right shoulder there's blocked. They got a vehicle disabled in the shoulder, so just be mindful of that as you're rolling through that area. There might be a vehicle sitting there.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Sunshine at a high of 75 degrees today, low down to 58. Tonight, the skies remain mostly clear. Partly cloudy tomorrow. Slight chance of some rain in the afternoon or evening hours with a high of 80 degrees. Wednesday's high, 83. Chance of showers and storms. Thursday, mostly sunny with a high of 80. Friday, mostly sunny, high 77. Milwaukee's at 63 degrees.
I'm Jim Croft. I'm not a politician. I'm a husband, dad, numbers guy, and a small businessman. I'm a regular guy with 2 jobs, and neither one is funded by taxpayers. I met my wife Marina while I was studying abroad in Mexico. One dance, and that was it. We came back here to Milwaukee and opened our dance studio. I'm running for state senate because between groceries, housing, and healthcare, 2 jobs barely fills the fridge for working families these days. Send me to Madison, and I'll work to lower the cost of living and make healthcare more transparent. And I'll cut your property taxes, make life more affordable for southeastern Wisconsin families, and to make sure that our kids have the same opportunities that we did. My one job will be to make sure that your one job is enough to support your family again. I'm Jim Croft, and I have a message for the Madison politicians that got us into this mess. No quieren bailar conmigo. You don't want to dance with me. Paid for by Jim Croft for Wisconsin.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Griffin's Hub. If you've been waiting for the right time to upgrade your ride, this is it. Griffin's Hub is making August a huge month to save. Right now, you can lease a brand new Jeep Cherokee 4x4 Laredo for just $381 a month for 42 months with $39.99 down plus tax and fees with approved credit. That's an outstanding way to get behind the wheel of a legendary Jeep. Or if you've had your eye on a new truck, check this out. Griffin's Hub has a 2026 Ram Rebel for just $59,340. That's an incredible $18,000 off MSRP. One of the biggest savings you'll see all year on a Ram Light Duty. Whether you're looking for SUV capability or truck toughness, Griffin's Hub has the deals to get you moving. Visit Griffin's Hub today or shop online at griffinshubchryslerjeepdodge.com. But don't wait. August offers end August 31st. See Griffin's Hub for complete details. Offers available with approved credit, lease, and purchase offer. Expires August 31st, 2026.
9:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Burger King is crowing a bit. Maybe it's working.
What happened? There was a time Burger King used to be king. Flame grilled burgers, served by folks only happy when you had it your way.
We talked about this. That's part of their Super Bowl ad. And I thought they were actually fantastic commercials.
Reinvesting nationwide. One restaurant, one team, one burger at a time.
It was sort of a relaunch of Burger King.
Was that the BK president there? Was that Tom Curtis? Like
Yes.
the guy, hey, we want to do it this way.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Okay, I got his name here. Right. The president of U.S. and Canada operations, Tom Curtis, enthusiastically chomping on a Whopper. It happened right about the same time that McDonald's had its little mistake.
Yeah, where the guy wasn't eating the burger
Their
normally.
CEO or CFO or one of their higher ups called it the product.
Yeah, called it a product.
When he was chomping on some sort of burger, and then Burger King launched into this whole, I don't want to call it a rebrand. It felt to me why it hit for me as an ad was it was a recommitment. Like we have not done a good job. We've gotten sloppy and we're going to tighten it up.
And it's worked. Revamped Whopper, especially helping the chain post an 8.5% increase in sales last quarter, outpacing McDonald's and others. So BK with the new burger, or at least an attempt to re-up the burger. They call it a revamped Whopper. I have to admit, I have not noticed a difference. I fully admit I have not had a Whopper of late to know.
If they change anything materially about the burger, I feel like that's less important than just it was more recommitment to we're going to do a better job.
Just a higher quality?
Yeah. We're going to up the quality.
I think that guy works, though, too. Curtis. He comes off as a likable, relatable dude, and there's something about that works for customers.
He said they got rid of the King mascot. Remember that kind of creepy look? He's like, we fired this guy.
I thought that was funny.
Right? It was funny, but was he selling hamburgers? You know, he's like, this guy's fired because the whole point of, who's the king? You're the king when you come to our restaurant.
CNN says Burger King is scoring better with consumers in terms of relatability in advertising as well as brand image and food quality than at any point since 2019, according to consumer research.
You know what? More than any commercial that they've done, probably in the last 10 years or whatever, I don't know if it actually will cause me because I just don't eat a lot of fast food.
Right.
But if I were to, I would certainly consider, I don't know, let's go try a Whopper.
Go and see.
Right. If we were going to do fast food burger, okay, that's what we're going to do.
You wouldn't do Culver's.
Already decided that.
You wouldn't go Culver's.
No, Culver's I put in a separate. I put that in a separate category. I know maybe I shouldn't, but I put it in a separate category. If you just said, okay, if you said it's McDonald's, Burger King, or Wendy's, this is where we're going to go. I would probably, normally, it always would have been McDonald's.
Sure, right. Yeah, kind of always imprinted as a young person to go to McDonald's.
I would, based on this, perhaps be moved to change my behavior.
Interesting. Well, it's working so far.
When we say you rule, we mean it. And we're just getting started. Because there's a new king, and it's you.
Wisconsin is as hard-working of a place as you'll ever find. There's a sense of pride, community, and work ethic that's second to none. People here are tough, but even the toughest among us need help after a serious accident. At Gruber Law Offices, we won't stop fighting for you and your family. We've been here and will continue to be here for as long as you need us. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Vince Vitrano here for Bugman, Queen Bee, my pest control team. This is a trusted local company, and they do honest, reputable work. Maybe you read about this story in the news. There was this Story about a local single mom who answered that knock at the door, got a high-pressure sales pitch, and whoever it was talked her into spending thousands of dollars on a pest control service that she didn't even need. This is not how my guy Adam, the bug man, does business. It's Adam and his wife Shandell. They're based right here in West Allis. We are their friends and neighbors. You talk with Julie over there when you call, and you tell her Vinny sent you, and you tell her what's going on. She'll lead you through the whole thing. And then Adam and his team, they will only recommend what services you actually need. Bugs, bees, or critters, don't go with whoever knocks on your door. BugmanQueenBee.com.
Meet Jim and Rita.
We went on a motorcycle trip.
But somewhere in Wyoming, Jim and Rita were in a serious accident.
They blocked off the interstate and everything and took us to the hospital.
Sometime later, Rita made a discovery.
She had noticed that the bracelet was gone. And I asked the trooper, is there a chance we can go out there and see if it's still there?
And amazingly,
he found a couple of pieces.
It was only 2 tiny links of the bracelet.
Jim was determined to buy Rita another bracelet from Kessler's.
And I had my checkbook in my hand.
But when he arrived there,
and I said, okay, how much? And she says, that's part of our warranty.
Jim and Rita discovered the Kessler's miraculous no small print warranty.
It's just amazing that you guys do this.
And it's true.
If you bought it at Kessler's, it's guaranteed. It's just that simple.
It surely is miraculous.
Read the Kessler's miraculous no small print warranty yourself at Kessler'sDiamonds.com.
This is a good reminder that every community is different. Every subdivision, every municipality, wherever you might be, it's a different setup. So this might sound silly to you, but it actually might make perfect sense to somebody else.
Happening today.
Man from Pleasant Prairie is taking on Village Hall. Heading to Village Hall tonight to push for change. This after he got ticketed $700 for parking his boat on his driveway.
Oh, yes, yes.
So in Pleasant Prairie, and I'm sure there are different ordinances and subdivision requirements and guidelines no matter where people live. But in Pleasant Prairie, the ordinance is you cannot park a boat or a recreational vehicle on your driveway. And a lot of people have boats but don't have a place to leave them, right? A lot of people don't just have a slip or a dock or a buoy or, that where they can just moor their boat all summer long in the water. And some people go place to place and then they park the old boat maybe in storage someplace or they park it on the driveway. Well, in Pleasant Prairie, you can't do that. Ordinance forbids that. So that's why you got slapped with the $700 ticket.
There's a lot of people in our community that have boats and trailers and RVs and whatnot. And, it's just not fair to people of Pleasant Prairie that we can't have our own belongings parked in our own driveway.
So that's a guy speaking with TMJ4 News last week on this story. TMJ4 has been all over this. So today is the big meeting. And he's going to push for an amendment to the ordinance. Now, what's going to happen today? I was just looking at the agenda. Basically, this is like the get the ball rolling. It's not like all of a sudden they're going to vote today and change the ordinance or do anything like that. Okay. This is more of, we will consider starting and moving forward on an idea.
Do you have that language up again?
I can see if I can pull it up.
But I think you're based on what I read the agenda item to mean. You got it there?
Consider approval of resolution number 2635 to initiate a zoning ordinance amendment related to the parking and storage of recreational vehicles in residential districts.
Yeah, that says to me it's go or no go for exploring this further. So the only way you have a definitive outcome tonight is if the village board there decides we don't want to reopen this conversation. That's a no. And then you're done here and it stays as is. A yes just means we're going to get started. It may ultimately stay exactly as it is.
Right.
It might be some tweaking. Maybe it may or may not be to this guy's liking, but the yes vote would be we'll explore it further.
The amendment that he's pushing is to, from like April to November, we're allowed to leave boats out, essentially, because that's when it's lake season and when most people are using their recreational vehicles. So that's what he's pushing for.
I would offer a compromise could be for any number of days, consecutive days.
Okay.
You can leave the boat, so it can't be more than 6 consecutive days or nights, or you'd have to make sure that the language is perfect. But in other words, it could still prevent from someone from parking their boat there all summer, but also allow for someone who's between lakes or between events or between things to park it here for a day or two, man.
The question, though, is like, does it matter what type of boat? If it's an old, rusty fishing boat, is that different than a brand new wake boat that's really big and really tall?
Yeah.
Does that matter? One's prettier than the other, depending on
I'm sure since it's ordinance, it's probably all well defined, the sizes, things like that. And we should point out in this particular case, it's not a kayak, but either way, boats is boats. If you want to define it that way. How come this guy gets to have his canoe over there, but I can't have my boat?
Admittedly, and I don't own a boat, but I've never looked into this. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a homeowner, would you think if you purchased a boat or had a boat, would you think, I better check this to make sure I can park it on my driveway?
No, I suppose that could sneak up on you. Yeah. And I promise you this ain't the only guy in Pleasant Prairie who's ever parked a boat in the driveway. Right? It might be, in fact, it had to be some neighbor called and they got tired of looking at it.
You think so?
That's how this all came to the fore. In other cases,
you don't think the village just has their radar up on all this? And
village trustee Johnson was driving by, going, "Hey, this guy's out of line."
Well, it's crazy though to think about because you and I both could probably think of there are plenty of you've driven past a driveway that looked like absolute garbage before, or at least a yard that is not in great shape, where there's old tires or whatever else sitting
Any
in there.
number of things you could probably pick on a neighbor for that might well be in your city, village, town ordinance in violation, whether it's a vehicle that hasn't moved for some time. I told you there's one that I've seen where, and this is not my neighborhood, but I've seen it, where someone parks their food truck, their business food truck, and it's a big old food truck. And that's up to the neighbors there. If they're all good with it, then they're all good with it.
Well, typically in some of those HOAs, some of the rules, depending on the subdivision, you can't have a van that has like a logo on it or a pickup with a logo, like a contractor's logo on it. Where we've seen where there's a big magnet, like you just slap a magnet of the same color of the vehicle over the logo.
Okay.
So see, now it's just a van.
Yeah, I'll see your ordinance and I'll raise you this magnet.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, I mean,
it's no longer a logo van.
If it works.
Everybody happy?
Yes. Yeah.
Some of these things, I agree. We all can look at that, and one person's version of entirely reasonable is another person's version of ticky-tacky.
Right.
Or, man, you want to pick on this or that. You're paying how many thousands of dollars a year in property taxes? It's my driveway, right? You get that. But also, by the same token, you have to have some standard of what's allowed and what's not. And where you come into these areas of conflict is, okay, what's okay?
Right.
I guess they will at least consider exactly that question tonight.
We'll find out.
9:50, 10 minutes before 10 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Your home is about as personal as it gets, right?
We want to build a relationship with homeowners, not only educating them, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us.
Yeah, the interview goes both ways. Mm-hmm. Getting to know people while also serving them. It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
Besides that, it's just the right thing to do. See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
No more painful injections, no more medication. Vince Vitrano for Connect Chiropractic. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Alex and his team there for nearly 3 years. Just met one of my fellow patients, Frank. He's still pretty new, but he's a former professional athlete. And Frank said he suffered for years with bulging discs, stenosis, told me he had trouble even getting out of bed. And he's months into care with Connect Chiropractic and says his transformation has been night and day. No more painful injections. That kind of weren't working anyway. Free now from these powerful medications that he was on. Back to not thinking about his back all the time. Isn't it worth a try? No twisting, no cracking, no popping. Docs use a special tool to get your spine properly aligned and your nervous system working right. Get started now in Delafield, Wauwatosa, or Oak Creek. Go connectchiro.com.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ's Greg Matzik. A study by Remodelers Magazine reports that the average return on investment is an amazing 82%. Garage doors rank first among all home improvement projects. To see Geiss's huge selection of doors, visit their showroom in Brookfield, or you can also visit their online showroom at geissdoors.com. Geiss has everything from alley doors to custom wood designer doors and everything in between. Remember, for all your garage door needs, you call Geis at 262-784-4250. That number again, 262-784-4250. It's Geis. Visit them online at geisdoors.com.
Don't think twice. Call Geis.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Hildebrand of Hildebrand Law Firm. Since 2001, we've proudly helped Milwaukee families and business owners protect what matters most. We combine the experience of a larger law firm with the personal attention you deserve. We take the time to listen, explain your options, and create a plan that's right for you. When the stakes are high, you need trusted legal advocates who will stand by your side every step of the way. Protect your family, your legacy, and your peace of mind. Visit hildebrandlawfirm.net to schedule a consultation today.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bry.
Polling. How
Sucks.
much? Yeah. Talking about polls isn't low-hanging fruit.
For us, candidate polling, I don't see the value.
All right, so do not come to this show
For candidate polls,
for breaking down candidate poll.
not a fan of that. Don't believe it.
All right.
That's going to be my take.
We shook on it.
We shook on it.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. And check out the weekly newsletter, Extra Points, by texting EXTRA to the talk and text line. WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
The Little Leaguers going nuts for Jacob Mizorowski.
That didn't sound like a Little Leaguer right there.
That's a father. A couple of dads getting caught up in there too, yelling.
Dad coach there.
So the Miz and of course the rest of the Brewers were at the Little League Classic. The Brewers would lose to the Braves 4-2. They won the series but lost that game on ESPN on Sunday night. But really neat to just see all these players just really enjoying the moment too, especially Miz. He really leaned into it, and he admitted it felt great.
It's unreal. It's weird. It's definitely a shell shock moment of like kind of feeling like, in a way I made it. Like, I'm back to where, like, as a kid, that's what I looked up to. You want to be that guy, but it's cool.
What was neat was that he like really leaned into it. He was even at one point during one of the Little League games, he was sitting in the crowd with a bunch of players, a bunch of 12-year-olds opening up Pokemon packages and looking at all the cards. So like that, he understood. He understood the deal. He leaned into it and made the most of it, as did all of the Brewer players.
There's any indication to my takeaway too from all of that was I think you mentioned this a year ago when we were talking with Murph and the Brewers were on their run of America could well fall in love with this team. I know we're not LA or New York or Chicago or one of the big markets that people get excited about, but if they gave us a chance to meet these guys, and I know I'm looking at it through our fandom.
Sure, of course.
Right, but these are good guys, and they're young, and they're exciting in a lot of different ways, and just this was a perfect example of how, and if we get in a 7-game series with somebody, say we make the NLCS again, or even the World Series, could see the country falling in love with our guys because they're just right for this kind of stuff. And here's an example of what kind of guys they can be, ambassadors for the game. Cool weekend. Packers, meanwhile, so I'm really excited. I'm really excited for Los Hermanos LaFleur this week.
Yes, the brothers LaFleur.
Yes.
Big storyline.
Matt LaFleur's brother Mike is now the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, and they will come to Green Bay for a joint practice that will be open to fans on Wednesday. That'll be fun. See what sort of things are said. I know you give me grief about bringing up
the kicker again.
The kicker. But we've had several seasons had the Packers where our kicking game has been unreliable.
That's true.
If Trey Smack, who hit 4 for 4 again the other night in Denver, if he can keep on this thing where if the Packers barely need to creep past midfield and have a legitimate shot at putting 3 points on the board, that's a huge weapon.
Yeah, I agree.
Guy's been perfect in the preseason now. Can I play my thing?
Yes, please do. Please do. It's awesome.
Here's Trey Smack after another good game. We win the game in Denver, and he's being interviewed by reporters, right? And he's answering a few questions. He got a couple of mics in his face. And while he's trying to do this interview, the guys are giving him...
Who the man's Matt?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, and warm-ups.
Love you, Smack.
guys.
Yep. Right. Thanks, guys. Can I just do this? I love that they've rallied around him, and he's doing a good job with it. So we'll see how things go in Green Bay this week. Second last of open to the fans practices this morning in Green Bay at 10:30.
I keep seeing these videos of these striped curtains and like matching bedspreads. Dorm rooms should look like shit. They should look like absolute shit. Your dorm room should look like, I haven't seen Saw, but whatever that looks like.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes just in